You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Thursday night, July 6th, 2023. Today we're going to play a mystery game of some sort. The audience will decide today. Let me just check in with the chat. Okay, so we've got a small group today. I can see I forgot to put my little thing up, so I can't quite see how many people. Let's decide, well, we'll talk a little bit, then we'll decide what game to play. I've got a bunch in front of me here. But before we start, let's just catch up. Recently on the channel, we got our last letter from Dear Holmes for the Fickle Fiancés case. I have gotten the solution, which we will read on Sunday. So you have a couple more days to think about, catch up on the streams. Then on Sunday at our normal 3 p.m. time, we will read and discuss the solution. In addition, Greg and I posted 2 reviews, a quick one and then a long discussion of Stranger Things, a cooperative game by Rob Daviau based on the Stranger Things TV show that we didn't really love. There are some interesting things about it. We are going to play soon a longer form narrative game. We were thinking maybe the Claudia Craig dossier. We were thinking of maybe playing it today, but it looks like Anna, who's the main person who wants to play it, is not here. And my strategy for these live streams that are unscheduled is not to play anything that people might specifically want to join for. So when we have these unscheduled streams, I tend to want to play a game that we've got multiple copies of, like Deadbolt Mystery Society or one of the other sort of throwaway cold case games. So we may this weekend play that Claudia Craig dossier, and we'll decide what to play today. A couple other things to catch up on. I have posted a poll on YouTube asking if people have any interest in me doing another long Gen Con game preview live stream. I did it last year. I think it took about 6 hours. And that's where I go through all of the games that are expected to be at Gen Con in some form or another. Board Game Geek has a listing of them. And just go through it looking for games that seem of interest, mainly cooperative games, but whatever. That didn't get watched much, but I did put up a poll to see if people are interested. It's okay if it doesn't get watched much. It's still interesting if you have to go through that list anyway, you just want to share the time, go through it with someone else, then we might do that sometime maybe a week or 2 out from Gen Con. And a lot of channels tend to do that. Rob's Gaming Table channel does it, and a couple other channels do it. All right, let's check in with the chat. I see Greg stop by to say hello. Okay, so what else do we need to talk about? I have been working very hard. One of the reasons we haven't been doing a couple streams, why I haven't been streaming so much lately, is I've been working very hard on my high and low game. And I did want to show you something from that. I don't know if I've got the top camera dialed in properly, but I printed out some larger format versions of the map for a neighborhood. So here's 2 different versions of the map. I printed one portrait and one landscape, just to see what it would look like. Is it always upside down? No, it's upside down for me too. Okay, there you go. So here's a 19 by 13 or 16 by 13. I think 19 by 13 is what this is. Print out of one neighborhood map. There's 24 of these in the game, but just to give you some idea of what I was thinking of. And then here's the portrait printout version. So my thinking is that, as you know, in High and Low, this is a detective game set in sort of film noir New York City, and I've been working on collecting data for New York City to populate these maps. This is a real map of the neighborhood. there would be, my thinking is a spiral book of these, sort of like an atlas. And this is just a little mock-up of what it would look like. You'd have the map with all its locations that you can go to, a little picture in the background, and then some information, some text about the neighborhood. And these would all be bound. So you'd flip to the page of the neighborhood that some activity was taking place on, and then you've seen the directories. But I'm still not sure whether it would be better to do landscape style maps, which are sort of easier to, more normal for a board game. But you can see it doesn't, most of the neighborhoods in New York City are taller than they are wide, so it leaves a lot of blank space. But maybe if we were going to add lots of information for each neighborhood, something like this would work. And I think what I'm going to start doing to help encourage me to finish up this game is I'm going to start doing regular game development updates on this channel. Maybe just once a month or so, probably starting in August or September. So I'll just talk about the design of the game, and I could use help. I've been working on getting real businesses into the game and using ChatGPT to come up with realistic sounding business names for businesses that we don't have their real addresses, but I've been getting some help from a couple people on the Discord, but I could really use more help. If people are interested in doing some work to find real addresses of real places, let me know on the Board Game Geek Guild section for this channel, which you can find a link to on the About page of this channel or on the Discord. All right, so anything else to talk about before we continue? Let's decide what game to play. All right, so I've got some choices out for us to think about. Okay, so I've got a whole bunch of games from Sleuth Kings and these Cold Case Crackers games, both of which we played one of each of these, I believe, and liked them both. So these could be, they're reasonable cold case games. It'll take us one night, but they're good. I mean, at least our first experience with them is good. And then, of course, we've got the Deadbolt Mystery Society games. We could play any of them, although I thought currently the World Series of Poker is going on. It's all over YouTube. And so I thought maybe if we wanted to play a thematically appropriate Deadbolt game, we might play this one called High Stakes, which clearly looks like it's set in some sort of gambling setting. Okay, so if we want to play a Deadbolt Mystery Society puzzle game, we could do that. Then we've got the second Killer at Large game. We played the first one. We liked it quite a bit. This one is called A Marriage Something. I don't know the exact title. A Marriage Something. Okay, so we could play that. There are only two of them, or two or three. We played one, and it was quite good. It's a cold case game like the Sleuth Kings or Cold Case Crackers. Maybe a little more fancy. Then we've got two games by these in the series, The Curious Stairs of Mr. Hicks, and then behind me somewhere there is The Curious Elevator of Mr. Hicks. Those are sort of deluxe puzzle games, maybe a little more spatial, not the best for a live stream on YouTube, but there are people in the channel that have been itching to play one of those. Okay, then we have the new Cryptic Killers game. We've played 3, and I did a review of 3 of the 3 harder games. This one just came out. It is rated at 4 out of 5, so this is another difficult one that they just released. I've heard good things about it. It looks like it's set in the past a little bit. This probably would be pretty good. The only reason not to play this might be to give people a little more advance notice before we play it. And then we have some wild cards here. We could play this CSI Crime Scene Investigation interactive mystery book. This is part of a series of books that has evidence in it. It's like a derivative of the old Crime Dossier games. This one made in 2009 and tied into the TV show CSI, which I don't know much about. But we did play one of these books, which was a Dracula one that we really liked. There's a lot of writing in here. It's sort of like half reading a book, half going through the evidence. And then I have two unknown cold case games. These are these games that Amazon sells. We played one of them that we knew was going to be deliberately bad, and it was, but it was interesting to think about it. These feel fairly substantial. This one is set on an airplane. This is a more classic cold case murder of a woman. Don't know how good these are going to be. Wouldn't be surprising if they weren't that good. All right, so you've seen your choices. Let's have a vote. What do you want to play? Probably from this set. We could play a Sherlock Holmes West End Adventures case. We could play the Crime Dossier from 1930, the last one, but I think we should probably wait till we have our hardcore Sherlock Holmes consulting detective people here before we play that. And maybe while I'm waiting for your vote, I'm just going to switch this to a different scene and go fix up my little... Oh, do I have to? Yes, I do. I'm going to be back in 1 second, but you keep voting. I need to put up some music when it's on these votes. It doesn't look like there's much audience participation today. I can see there are 16 viewers, though. Noah says Cryptic Killers. Yeah, if you want to vote, you type vote and then whatever you want to vote. It should say down there, yeah. Okay, Matt says Cryptic Killers. Jonathan Warner says vote CSI book. 2 votes for CSI book. 2 votes for CSI book, 2 votes for Cryptic Killers. I haven't yet figured out a way to add my own vote to these. Stacy votes not Murder at Park Place. That's this one. Have you played that one, Stacy? Stacy's played a lot of these games. Stacy, have you played this Park Place one? Is it not good? Or are you just basing it on the fact that it's one of these Amazon ones? Stacy says, yes, she has played it. It's not good. All right, we're taking this one off the table. That's the other thing we do on these votes. We don't... Jonathan asks, is it so bad that it's good? If someone's played one of these games and wants to join, then we can just take it off the table. Stacy says, did not like it. For all those people who are watching, who never say anything, who don't speak up, I get you. I don't like being part of these things either, but it's not a commitment. You can just vote. No one's gonna expect you to talk or engage or have a parasocial relationship. You could just vote for something you want to have on in the background. If I was going to choose, I mean, sometimes I'm in the mood for a specific game, but we played the game that I've been really itching to play for a while. That was the Children of Wormwoods. That was the 27-hour experience. In fact, I want to play the other Escape Tales game, Low Memory, which will take another 27 hours. So I'd like to get that on the docket soon, but not tonight. Glenn C says a vote Cryptic Killers. Okay. Stacy, do you have a vote? Noah also played it? Too easy. I played the one at Park Place. Okay, so Noah and Stacy both played Park Place, unless Noah and Stacy are an item. No one wants to play Deadbolt tonight. We don't have our puzzle people. Have I already told the story about Nicola? I hope I haven't scared Nicola off. One of the people that joins us for, I'll tell the story again because I think I told the story on the Dear Holmes. So one of the people who joins us often for our puzzle games like Deadbolt Mystery Society is Nicola. And Nicola is very good at puzzles, extremely good. And Greg came over to do some filming the other day, and Greg basically said, hey, you've got another programmer on the channel. And I said, what are you talking about? I don't think so. And he said, yeah, Nicola. Nicola's a programmer. And I said, is he? I don't know. And Greg says, yeah, let me show you his Wikipedia page. And up came Nicola's Wikipedia page, and Greg's reading it to me. He's like, he's the developer of MAME. And I was like, the developer of MAME? That's a huge deal. Like, Greg didn't know this, but MAME is huge. MAME was one of the first serious arcade emulators for the PC, and you could play all these arcade and cartridge games, and it like sort of, as from my memory at least, this was in the 90s, set off this whole wave of emulators. It's really quite amazing project and a serious project. Okay, 3 votes for CSI, 3 votes for Cryptic Killers. CSI is going to be an interesting one. It's going to be a book. All right, if I have to break this tie, now it's not a tie anymore. It's 4 votes for Cryptic Killers. I was going to say I would break the vote for CSI, and the only reason is not because I think it'll be a better experience, but only because I could imagine there might be people who want to join us for Cryptic Killers who would if they had some advance notice. Whereas the CSI feels like a game where we'll lose most of the audience while we play it. So I think here's what we're going to do. Greg makes fun of me that this isn't a democracy. I can change my vote to CSI, says Matt. Yeah, you can just change your vote anytime you want. You just say vote something and it'll replace it. I don't care about losing audience, but I think my inclination would be to play this one and then schedule the Cryptic Killers and give people a couple days notice for that one. Whereas this one, this is just a weird one. Okay, so we've got 5 votes for CSI, 2 votes for Cryptic Killers. Okay, so let's play CSI today, and I'll schedule the Cryptic Killers game for sometime in the next week. And if you want to make sure, one of the things, it's too hard to schedule for everyone, but one of the things that I've done on the Board Game Geek Guild thread, which you should visit if you want to help make sure that there's a game that you can make a certain game, is that if there's a specific game that you want to join in on, you can say, hey, you know, I can only make Thursdays or Fridays or this weekend, so then I'll try to schedule it for the people who really care about it. All right, so we are going to play this CSI book, and play is a loose word. We're going to read it together and explore it. And that's it. The decision has been made. So we can turn off the vote. All right. So I've got a lot of stuff on my table. I wouldn't mind getting out of the way. So I built a little side table here. I can't show you. It doesn't really fit on screen, but it makes life a little easier for me here. All right. CSI crime scene investigation. All right, let's see if we can. It's certainly going to be interesting. And so there are 3 books, I believe, in this series. There's the Dracula one. In fact, let me get them out so we can see them, because we're playing this. There's as much interest, a curiosity, and history as there is anything else. Let me get the others so we can look at them. All right, so I believe that these are the only 3 in this series, and here they are. So there's Dracula's Heir, Sherlock Holmes, The Crimes of Dr. Watson, and CSI. These both have this puffy, fancy-looking front. This one, not so much. This one's by Sam Stahl. This one's by Sam Stahl. This one is not by Sam Stahl. Dwayne Swizerzinski. But also credited to John Watson. They all have a very similar, you can see these 2 are very similar. This one's also by Sam Stahl. These 2 by Sam Stahl. Okay, so we played this one and really enjoyed it. We played it over Halloween. It was very creepy. The art was amazing. The story was very compelling and scary. And then we talked to Sam Stahl, and he was happy that we played it and enjoyed it. Remember, it's quite old. Now, let's remind ourselves what the publication dates here are. So Dracula's Heir is 2008. Sherlock Holmes is 2007. So this came first, then came this, and then this last 2009. Now, we don't know, we don't have Sam Stahl on hand to tell us whether this was originally written and then, you know how these things go. When they're licensed to an IP, tied to an IP like a TV show, often you get, certainly in the board game world, designers make games, publishing houses make games, they leave them unthemed, and then when they get an IP license, they just slap that license on it. So we don't know if this one was first written as a book and then slapped on this TV show theme onto it. Let's read the back here. Somewhere in Las Vegas. Oh, this is going to be themed for the Poker World Series in Las Vegas as well. Perfect. Okay. Somewhere in Las Vegas, a killer walks free. Can you help the CSI investigators solve the murder? Wealthy real estate developer Melvin Bledsoe lives in a luxury mansion surrounded by high-tech surveillance cameras. When a masked intruder breaks into the mansion and leaves Bledsoe for dead, it's up to Gil Grissom, Jim Brass, and the CSI team to identify the killer. But they're going to need your help. CSI, the interactive mystery, features an original mystery plus 8 removable clues, including a blood-stained booklet, crime scene photographs, a shredded document, burned papers recovered from a fire, an architectural blueprint of the Bledsoe mansion, and much more. Read the mystery, study the evidence, and solve the crime. Okay. So, has anyone here watched this TV show? What's the name of this actor? He's quite famous. In fact, he was in a couple of good movies that I like. He was in one of the not Hannibal Lecter movies, but one of the original, what's it called? Is it Manhunt, or am I misremembering? What's the name of the serial killer movie by the guy that did Hannibal Lecter that he was in before it all got famous? Before Jodie Foster, before Silence of the Lambs, he starred in one. And I'm drawing a blank on his name. Manhunter. Okay, so it was Manhunter. And what's his name? He was in another movie that I love called To Live and Die in L.A., a very weird movie with William Dafoe, but a great movie that's got a skilled director at the hands of it. To Live and Die in L.A. I've recommended that before. Someone's going to tell us his name in a second here. Okay. Let's get started. William Peterson. All right. CSI Graveyard Shift Supervisor Gil Grissom glanced over at the speaker. It was field investigator Nick Stokes. Hearing such a frank statement of the obvious piqued his curiosity. What a crime. All right, so we're going to have to find a way that I can read it here. Okay. Okay, so it piqued his interest, as did the fact that Stokes was staring intently at the ceiling. Well, yes, Grissom said. It's definitely a crime. That's why we're all here. The two other people in the room, Las Vegas Police Department Captain Jim Brass and Assistant Coroner David Phillips, nodded. Stokes kept looking up. I was talking about that, he said, pointing towards a corner. See where the crown molding joins? It's slightly uneven. Uneven in a house this expensive. That's a crime. Grissom glanced at the living room's woodwork. Yeah, good eye, he said, but let's focus on the crime scene on the floor rather than the one on the ceiling. I think it's the bigger deal. He looked down at the fifth member of their group, Melvin R. Bledsoe. Till recently, a well-known developer of high-end Las Vegas area residential communities. Now Bledsoe lay on the floor, slowly cooling to room temperature. Yet even in death, he was still every inch a VIP. Were it not for him, the bulk of the LVPD's CSI team wouldn't be combing his house at 1 a.m. on a Monday morning, and Gil Grissom and his associates wouldn't be puzzling over what, or more accurately who, put him in such straits. The case began at 11:08 p.m. when the Las Vegas Police Department received a terse 911 call. It came from a private security guard named Mitch Harding, who was patrolling the neighborhood. Shots fired at 1021 Mountain Air Court, he shouted. The guy's still in the house. Get out here now. Despite the timely warning, the police arrived too late to do anything but secure the area and wait for the CSIs. Tell me what we know so far, Grissom said. Phillips knelt behind the body. It lay face down on what had formerly been a very expensive antique Indo-Persian rug. Nearby, ID tents marked the locations of a broken glass and fireplace poker. He grabbed the poker from the fireplace in his bedroom, Stokes said. A weapon of opportunity, not very helpful in a gunfight. Yeah, he's been dead for about 2 hours, Phillips offered. That jibes pretty well with the 911 call. The assistant coroner had left the body in place while he photographed it from every conceivable angle. You ready to roll him over? Stokes asked. And here we've got photographs of the crime scene. Let's take a look at what we've got. So looks like shot in the back 3 times. There's the poker that he had gotten to defend himself. He's fully dressed, but just in shirt, no suit jacket. No blood on the floor, just on the rug. All right. And then looking over here, we got another scene. They're marking things. We don't see anything, though. All right. And then we've got, they turned him over, it looks like. Bullets went straight through. Wow, 3 bullets went straight through. Those are some, that's a powerful gun that can shoot you through the back and have them come straight out. So maybe he wasn't shot. I mean, I assume this is how they found him. So he would have been shot in the back, but not necessarily. If all bullets went straight through, I guess you could have been shot in the chest. We don't know yet. They're going to help us figure that out. Okay, here's a close-up of him, Bledsoe. Doesn't look too troubled. All shot near the heart, though. Someone really wanted to kill him. Might expect that's like a hit. Although you do a hit, you shoot someone once in the head just to make sure. All right. Let us continue here. So where did we leave at? Ready to roll him over. Okay. Yeah, Phillips said. Grab his legs. Grissom watched as Phillips and Stokes turned the corpse face up. It took a moment to rock it free of the viscous red-black blood adhering to the rug's dense pile. Stokes let out a low whistle. Anybody got any theories about the cause of death? It was a joke. The cause was obvious. A trio of blue-black holes perforating the front of Bledsoe's expensive dress shirt. Yeah, pretty good shooting, Brass said. Yeah, just luck, Grissom said. The killer surprised Bledsoe and fired at nearly point-blank range. Where did he enter the house? First floor utility room, just off the kitchen, Brass said. He left that way too. Busted the window to unlock it. Yeah, where did he go after that? Well, we figured he got in and out by scaling the wall surrounding the development. It's quite a piece of work, 10 feet tall with a network of motion sensors on the interior side. In theory, anyone who got over the thing would be instantly detected. Yeah, in theory, Grissom said, so why wasn't our intruder? Yeah, we're checking. I'll get back to you when I have an answer. Grissom stared down at the corpse. All right, what's in his pants pocket? It looked like a small pamphlet. Phillips photographed the discovery in situ before carefully extracting it. He photographed it while it was in place, in its original place. Some kind of booklet, he said. Got some blood spatter on the cover, but I can make out the title. Gardens of Serenity, an anthology of classic Japanese haiku. And here we go. We have access to it. All right, so there's our case number, who recovered it. So he's filled out his evidence retrieval thing here, where it was found, and we can now open it and take a look at it. All right, so it's blood stained, sticking out of his pants pocket. So we've got some haikus here, and it looks like someone's written in this book. Oh, snail, climb Mount Fuji, but slowly, slowly. Written by Kobayashi Isa, 1763. And then someone has written May next to this one. The crescent lights, the misty ground, buckwheat flowers. And another one, spring evening, to the half-dying incense I added. We're in August 29th, and this one someone has written in May. January, November. Looks like we've got some evidence of a code, perhaps. In this one, January's, he's underlined certain letters, making you think it's a code. The crow has flown away, swaying in the evening sun, a leafless tree. Looks like they've underlined the first letters of each word, TCHFA. That doesn't seem like it's going to spell anything. FASITEALT. That doesn't spell anything. And then he's underlined the date. May, then January, November. They're not in an order. March. October, December, August. That's our current month, unless it's previous year's August. February, April, June. It's weird that they're in such weird order, but okay. So January. It might be useful to figure out what months are mentioned and what months aren't. July, and then nothing on the back. May, January, November, September, March, October, December, August, February, April, June, July. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. So we have one for each month and no extras. So exactly 12, as if you're using a different haiku for codes for each month. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Exactly, each month has one haiku for it. And January's has special underlines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's suspicious, isn't it? 12 months in random orders, 12 underlined letters. That's suspicious. We've got an underline here that I don't know how to make sense of, but I wonder if that's telling you that like January is the T, February is the C, March is the H, April's the F. All right, well, let's put this away for now. Feels like we're going to have a code involved here. All right, here we go. So they've got bullet casings. Interesting, Grissom said. Definitely not the sort of thing I'd expect this guy to tote around. Phillips passed the book to Stokes, who placed it in a plastic evidence bag. Haiku is Japanese poetry, right? Brass asked. Grissom nodded. Yeah, each poem is only 3 lines long. In English, there are 5 syllables on lines 1 and 3, and 7 in line 2. Point is to get as much meaning into as little space as possible. Books are fun to read, but useless in a gunfight. Try running instead, Brass said, counting off the syllables on his fingers. Oh, he's making a haiku here. Books are fun to read, but useless in a gunfight. Yeah, very nice, Grissom, said Grissom. You should use that at your next poetry reading. So far, our shooter broke the window to get in, Stokes said. Bledsoe came downstairs. They met here in the living room. Then the shooter came around this corner, his victim around this corner. They confront each other. The intruder had a gun. Bledsoe had a fireplace poker and his poetry book. Bam, bam, bam. The end, Grissom offered. Yeah, not quite, Stokes responded. There's a little bits of landscaping mulch going all the way up the stairs. Same stuff in the planting bed outside the utility room. So after he gunned this guy down, gunman stepped right over him and kept going. Show me where he went, Grissom said. Brass and Stokes led the way up the elegant hardwood staircase to the second-floor landing, but Grissom didn't really need the guidance. His trained eye followed the subtle trail of organic matter right into the home's master suite. He took a moment to survey his surroundings. Very eclectic, Grissom said as he took in the 4-poster bed, fireplace, a seating area full of overstuffed furniture, and in the farthest corner of the immense space, an ornate desk with a mirror-shiny top that looked big enough to land an airplane on. Well, at least the molding was installed correctly up here, Stokes said as he once again examined the trim work. Otherwise, it's a nightmare. Nothing in here makes sense, design-wise. All it says is, I've got money, so let's spend it. I didn't know you were an interior design expert, Grissom said. Yeah, remind me never to have you over my place. Yeah, get a load of the bed, Brass said. A large oil painting in a gold frame lay in the middle of the luxurious-looking bedding. I assume that's not where it belongs, Grissom replied. Yeah, you assume correctly, Brass said. I was found here, probably tossed aside so the killer could get at this. He motioned towards an alcove out of direct sight from the doorway. It contained a wall safe, open and empty. Grissom took a closer look. About a foot wide, a foot deep, and perhaps 18 inches tall. It contained nothing but air. How'd the killer open it? Well, either he had the combination or he cracked it himself, Brass said. I'm guessing that, given his short stay, he had the combination. What was the lag between the 911 call and the first officers on the scene? Stokes asked. Yeah, no more than 10 minutes, Brass said. So Bledsoe came downstairs when he heard the noise of the utility room window breaking, Stokes continued. That seems strange. Master Suite's a long way from there. Doesn't seem like the sound would make it that far. Grissom surveyed the room. Something on the faraway desk caught his eye. He walked over to it. Bledsoe was working here, he said, mostly to himself. He examined the surface, which betrayed an almost obsessive orderliness. No personal papers of any kind were visible. No candy wrappers, no stray paper clips, no dust. There was just one oddity, a large flat-screen monitor with a blizzard of sticky notes surrounding the screen. Each contained a phone number, an address, or some other bit of data hurriedly scribbled in what Grissom assumed was Bledsoe's handwriting. The only other sign of disarray was an iPod seemingly tossed aside. It perched precariously on the left side of the desk, just as the police had found it. He didn't hear anything, Grissom said. He was wearing this iPod when it happened. Everything on this desk in this house betrays an orderly mind. Bledsoe wouldn't have just tossed this iPod on his desk unless he'd been in a hurry. The desk chair's still right where we found it, Brass offered, about 4 feet away from the desk. Looks like he kicked it or something to push it out of his way, which he probably did because he didn't have to hear the guy breaking in. Chances are he saw it. How? Grissom asked. On this, Brass said, pointing to the darkened monitor. The entire house is rigged with video cameras. You mean the interior? Grissom asked. Interior and exterior. They're all wired into a couple monitors, one in the kitchen and one here. Bledsoe could have watched the break-in live as it happened. Oh my God, please tell me all those cameras were recording, Stokes said. Yes and no, Brass replied. I sense this isn't going to be good, Grissom said. Brass sighed and shook his head. Yeah, the system's very sophisticated. Cameras dump everything into a central hard drive, creating a visual record of whatever happens in the house. Creepy, but potentially very useful, Grissom said. Very helpful. However, the fact that you don't seem the least bit excited by this concerns me. Brass sighed again. Yeah, storing visuals from 12 wireless cameras takes up a lot of space on the hard drive. Too much, it turns out. Here it comes, Stokes said. Even if you had unlimited memory, there's no need to store useless footage. So every 4 hours, unless it's told to do otherwise, the system dumps everything, wipes the hard drive, and starts over. Great, Stokes said. And when did it do its last wipe? Yeah, about 2 hours ago, Brass continued, just after the murder and just before we arrived. So there's nothing of use to us? Stokes said. Nada. The living room cameras is on the ceiling, provided a god's-eye view of everything that happens. We have some nice footage of the body lying on the floor and of the LVPD responding. Then Bledsoe's wife showed up, and a few minutes later, someone from his office. Then we shut down the system ourselves. Archie Johnson took the CPU back to the lab. Maybe he can salvage something, but he wasn't optimistic. Yeah, neither am I, Grissom said. Was there an alarm system? Yeah, good one, all integrated into the monitors. The minute it went off, all dumping protocols would have been overridden, and the system would have taped it until it ran out of memory. The video files would also have been automatically transferred off-site via wireless internet connection, just in case some clever crook destroyed the in-house hardware to cover his tracks. Ingenious, Grissom said. Yeah, ingenious, but not foolproof. Brass said none of these things happened because the victim forgot or never intended to arm the system. It hadn't been for the 911 call. And here we see some of the security cameras. This guy would still be lying on the floor waiting for his wife to get home. Have you spoken to Mrs. Bledsoe? Asked Grissom. Yeah, not much. She just returned from a spa weekend in Scottsdale. She was standing at the airport baggage claim when we called. And then she came straight to the house. We had a man on the front door, but she pushed her way past him. So she's got a solid alibi, Stokes said. Yeah, Grisham added, but the timing of her trip is interesting. Anyone else come around? And no one who can help us, if that's what you mean, Brass said. Shortly after Bledsoe's wife left, we had another visitor, a woman named Drew Lazaron. She was Mel Bledsoe's administrative assistant. And how did she get word of this? Stokes asked. Well, LVPD contacted her right after the killing was discovered. We needed a phone number from Mrs. Bledsoe. But apparently whoever spoke with her refused to explain why we wanted the digits. Just said something cryptic about there being a family emergency. Lazaran said she stopped by the house to see if she could help. And did you speak to her? Grissom said. Yeah, briefly. When she saw what had happened, she became agitated almost to the point of incoherency, really chewing on the scenery. Well, not everyone looks at murder victims for a living. What did you make of her? Attractive, smart, good mistress material. But that's just between you and me and the dead guy downstairs. Where is she now? Stokes asked. I cut her loose. I told her we'd be in touch. Fine. Anything else? I'll let you know if the kid who phoned in the murder says something interesting. I'm on my way out front to see him now. Stokes, Brass, and Grissom walked back downstairs to the living room where the body lay. The small crowd that had formerly filled the room, taking photos, dusting for fingerprints, collecting samples, was thinning out. The easy part, finding things, was over. The tough part, putting it all together, was about to begin. Good hunting, Grissom said to Brass. Anything else we should know about Mr. Bledsoe? As if on cue, a gurney was rolled in for the corpse. I'll tell you more after the autopsy, Phillips said, but I'd say from the entry wounds that we're looking at a standard 9mm pistol ammo fired at close range. Keep us posted, Grissom said. Judging from the number of news trucks out front when we arrived, our rich friend will be the lead story on the news this morning. All right, so let's pause for a second here and check in with the chat, see how everyone's doing. Stacy says, if each one is a month, is there a word for each of those letters in each month? Maybe they make a sentence. Interesting. I'm thinking more, my guess is that like each month you use a different code. So you're going to use the haiku for that month to encrypt something. That's just my theory. The reason I guess what I'm saying is the reason he's carrying that around with him is that that book is what's used to do the encoding or decoding. So I'm guessing it's not like a single message stored in there, but that when you want to encode February's, when you want to use February's code to encrypt something, you have to turn to February and use that as like a one-time pad or whatever. Okay, Theokali says, iPod, this book is older than the person who made that Omega. John says the killer knew about the security system. I don't think that's what it said. It didn't say that it seemed like it might be about to tell us that the intruder turned off the security system, but that's not what it said. What it said was that he didn't arm it. If he had armed it, the moment it triggered, it would have started sending stuff to offline. So it can't have been the intruder that turned it off, because then the initial stuff would have been captured. Like, intruder breaks in, the system's triggered, it starts sending stuff off site and recording, and then the intruder turns it off. But that doesn't sound like what they're saying happened. What they're saying happened is, for some reason, the owner of the house, Bledsoe, never armed the system. And yet he was at home working at the desk. So why didn't he arm it? That's the question. Why didn't he arm it? Okay, let's go back to our story. Brass made his goodbyes and exited Mel and Charlotte Bledsoe's palatial home, an imposing 6,000 square foot mansion equipped with swimming pool, 6-car garage, and tennis court. When he'd first arrived, the security person at the development's front gate had given him directions to the place. She told him to keep an eye peeled for a Spanish colonial. But to Brass, the monstrosity didn't seem worthy of such a stately name. To him, it looked like the unholy offspring of a basketball arena and a Taco Bell. Of course, it wasn't all that different from the other sprawls of brick and mortar he'd passed on the way in. They were all part of an exclusive community that, 7 years earlier, had been just another patch of parched scrubland on the Vegas periphery. Now it boasted a golf course, 2 clubhouses, and pretty much every other frill one could associate with the highest of high-end living. The name of the place, Passion Lake Preserve, said it all. But the gates and the cameras and the private security couldn't defeat human nature. Even here, in the lap of luxury, you could still wind up shot dead on your living room floor. Some passion, Brass murmured, some preserve. The kid he needed to talk to was Mitch Harding, one of Passion Lake Preserve's finest. He was part of the cadre of security guards charged with keeping this little corner of upper crust heaven safe. Brass found the lanky 25-year-old sitting on the bumper of his private patrol car smoking a cigarette. His uniform seemed to sag on his spare frame. To Brass's practiced eye, he looked authentically rattled. The detective introduced himself and got down to business. So, what'd you see? Harding took a long drag on his cigarette. I was driving through the development, making a routine circuit. He said, you can ask my boss. This is what I do every night about this time. Just a slow, random pass. Show the residents we're on the job. Yeah, I understand, Brass said. So when you got to the Bledsoe house, what did you see? They looked suspicious? Oh, I saw there were a couple lights on upstairs and that the downstairs was dark. And then I saw 3 quick bursts of light through one of the downstairs windows. I knew they were muzzle flashes. How'd you know? Brass asked. The kid shrugged. I guess I saw it in a movie. He tossed away the butt of his cigarette, fished a crumpled pack out of his breast pocket, tapped out another, and lit it. Brass noticed the kid's hands shook. Harding noticed that he noticed. Sorry, when I get nervous, I smoke. Yeah, feel free, the detective said. So, you saw the flashes and called 911. Then you drove back to your office. I'm thinking that procedure would probably have dictated that you call in. Then, at the very least, wait here for the police to arrive. It's interesting he didn't hear anything. That sounds like a silencer, maybe. Maybe you could have seen the guy leaving the house and gotten a description. Only if I had had night vision goggles, Harding said. Look around you. It's pitch black here. The guy could have run right past me and I wouldn't have spotted him. Well, I assume you have a flashlight and your car has a spotlight. You could have... I freaked, all right? Harding said, a bit louder than necessary. I totally freaked. I'm just not prepared for this sort of thing. Who goes to work every day expecting to deal with this kind of crap? You'd be surprised, Brass said. So you saw the flashes and you dialed the police. What happened then? Well, I called my supervisor and I left. I drove back to the office to report in, and when I heard you guys needed to talk to me, I came back. Brass looked at him, expecting more, and Harding shrugged. Look, I've only got 12 hours of training. 2 hours of practice with my sidearm. They're paying me minimum wage. I figured I'd get out of the way and let the grown-ups take care of this. That's okay, Brass said. You couldn't have helped the victim anyway. Just at that moment, the corpse of Mel Bledsoe, swathed in a large black body bag and strapped to a gurney, was wheeled out of the home's front door and past Brass and Harding on its way to the coroner's van. Harding watched it trundle by, then dropped his cigarette, ground it out with his left foot, and placed his head in his hands. Okay. Left foot, left-handed? I'm not cut out for this crap, he said. I'm going to be a home theater installer. I'm taking the classes right now. No shootings, no cop stuff, just 9-to-5 gig. Can I go? Sure, Brass said. Just don't go too far. The kid's head suddenly snapped up. Why not? He said. All I did was call it in. I'm just saying we might want to ask you some more questions, so don't go wiring any out-of-state home theaters, okay? Okay, no problem. If you need me, I'll be around. Probably curled up in the fetal position somewhere, Brass thought. Oh yeah, one last thing, he said aloud. Where were you parked when you placed the call? Oh, right over there, the kid said, pointing to the far side of the driveway. As Harding's car pulled away, Brass looked down at the 2 cigarette butts the kid had left behind. He noted the brand, then he pulled out a clear plastic evidence bag and gathered them up. Okay, so he's making sure the kid's not involved. He's taking the kid's cigarettes. Okay, we can't see what brand it is, but we can see it's got this blue little ribbon on it. And we can see size of it. All right, so he suspects the kid a little bit. These are the 2 cigarettes that the kid just smoked. Okay. So we can see if you smoke it all the way down past to the filter, it would get rid of that blue ring. All right. Upon returning to the CSI offices, Grissom's first order of business, even before asking about Bledsoe's autopsy, was to see if specialist AV technician Archie Johnson salvaged anything from the home monitoring system's hard drive. He found the equipment, a nondescript black box, squatting on Johnson's cluttered desk. It was hooked up to a large, high-resolution monitor not too different from the one at Bledsoe's house. Grissom could tell by the expression on the tech's face that the news wasn't good. There's nothing, Johnson said. Files weren't just deleted. They were electronically shredded. Very thorough work. Why would they bother? Grissom said. Privacy. This system was everywhere in the house. Anyone with access would know everything about you. Would you want footage of yourself getting dressed or arguing with your spouse or kicking the dog preserved forever on a computer hard drive? Guess not, Grissom said, but then I wouldn't have a system like this in the first place. Yeah, Johnson said, creepy. Grissom studied several small isolated images pushed to the left side of the screen. Screen grabs, Johnson said. Figured I'd save a shot of everybody who showed up after the killing. Okay, so I guess this is the tech that I've been voicing as a grizzled old guy. All right, so he's taken some screenshots after the killing. So the killing is gone, not on the tape. But he's got screenshots of other people involved. So here's a patrolman that came at 11:25. 11:35, the LVPD are coming in. So is this our guy who heard the shots and ran off to call it in? And these are the police coming in 10 minutes later. Looks like the same guy 2 minutes later. More people arriving, more LVPD arriving. And then what's happening here? Here's Charlotte, who's come in an hour later. I guess it's going down from top to bottom. Let's see, 11:37. The second guy, police officer, comes in. Then 12:27. Oh, these are not in order. So what have we got? Looks like 12:27 is here. The wife comes. She's totally shocked. He's like, she pushes her way in. She pushes her way in. She sees it. She's in shock. He pushes her out at 12:28. He's like, you can't be in here. 12:40 is the assistant has arrived. Drew Lazarin. 12:45, the wife is back going up the stairs. That's weird. But before that, at 12:43, here's the assistant. So assistant comes in 12:40, 12:43, she's escorted out again. They don't have someone posted at this door. All these people are just walking in. But this is the weird one. Like, wife pushes her way in at 12:27. Then she's pushed right back out a minute later. And then 15 minutes later, she's back fully in the house again, being escorted upstairs. That's a little weird. I don't know if someone can explain that a little better. All right, time for us to take a little break, and then we'll continue on page 16 of 70. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Jonathan was saying in the chat, so when I looked at these photos, the first screenshot after the killing is someone that's labeled as patrolman. I said this might have been our patrol guy at 11:25, then the police show up at 11:35. Jonathan says, I think this is this is also a cop, though, who's showing up on the scene, just labeled as patrolman. And maybe that's, I think Jonathan has a good point in that, first of all, he's clearly he's got gloves on. All the officers walking in have their gloves on. So clearly this isn't our private security patrolman. Maybe this is the same outfit they all wear. You can see here we've got 2 cops on the scene. And maybe these are the 2. Like, that guy doesn't have a hat, right? So maybe these are the 2 officers on the scene. Oh, that guy has a hat. So I don't know who this guy is, but he doesn't seem to show up on the scene. Although maybe this is him without a hat showing this. No, the 2 cops that are in the house both have their hats on. But maybe this guy just has his hat on in his hand or something. I don't know. It's a little weird. Do we have information about when the cops got on the scene? What is our time here? He talks to the guy who discovered it. He sees the flashes. I do think it's Mitch Harding, the private guy. I do think it's important to note that he doesn't mention hearing any sounds. I mean, you would think those gunshots would be very loud. So this makes me think there's a silencer. He says he leaves the scene, calls the cops to come over. But where's our timeline information? Shouldn't we have better timeline information about this whole thing? Did we overlook it in the beginning? He's been dead 2 hours. That jives with the 911 call. Here we go. Okay, let's see. Let's get this right. Case began at 11:08 when they got the 911 call by the patrolman. Okay, so that does help explain some stuff. 11:08 p.m. is 911 call from patrolman. Okay. Shots fired, 1021 Mountain Air Court. That's this house. Okay. The guy's still in the house. Get out here now. That's what the patrolman calls in a couple hours ago. When we talk to him and get his side of the story, he says what? He says he's on his patrol, on his routine circuit. He does it every night about this time, a slow random pass. What did you see that was suspicious? He sees muzzle flashes. In fact, he says, I saw there were a couple of lights on upstairs. Oops, let me just zoom in a little bit more for you. He says there are a couple lights on upstairs. Downstairs, dark. Then I saw 3 quick bursts of light through one of the downstairs windows. So lights were off downstairs when he saw the shots. That's interesting that the guy didn't turn the lights on when he went downstairs. If that's what happened. He doesn't give us a timeline. He doesn't give us an independent time, but we have the official call at 11:08. Okay, so we must have seen this a little bit before. Then he went to his home office and called it in. And then the other thing that we were told that's a little bit odd was how he must have been listening to his iPods. The guy saw it on a security camera, rushed downstairs. Okay, and then we've got our timeline. Okay, so as far as photographs go, of screenshots of the security system, this is the 911 calls at 11:08. So 20 minutes later, 18 minutes later, the cops are on scene, and then that's what we're watching here. The cops show up. And then the wife shows up and the assistant shows up, and we're told why the assistant shows up. All right. Let's get back to our reading. He says, I figured I'd save a shot of everybody who showed up after the killing. Take a screenshot. You do that, Grissom said. Let me know if you find anything else. Trust me, I won't, Johnson said dejectedly. Grissom returned to his office, sat down heavily behind his desk, and surveyed his surroundings. Every inch of available space had a piece of arcane ephemera perched on it. There were jars containing preserved animal specimens, a mounted tarantula bigger than a grown man's hand, and butterflies carefully arranged in a glass case. Some of his associates thought this place was a cluttered mess, but Grissom knew it wasn't. If you understood the system, he mused, it all made sense. What looked superficially like chaos was really order, though an order that obeyed its own peculiar protocols. You just had to figure out what they were. It was the same with the crime scene. Chaos on the surface, but if you looked carefully, gathered enough information, tried to see through the eyes of the person who committed the crime, divine their motives, even their emotional state, one could understand. What looked like a jumble of pieces could be assembled into a clear picture. Right now, he knew the Bledsoe killing was at the jumble of pieces stage, and frankly, he could use a few more pieces. Plus a little less public interest in the case. His phone rang. When he picked it up, the person on the other end didn't bother to identify himself. He just started talking. The press is calling these guys the McMansion murders, the voice said. That's actually pretty good, Grissom replied, though personally I would have preferred the cul-de-sac killers. It's got just the right mix of whimsy and menace. You said killers, the voice stated, so it was more than one guy? I don't know. We believe only one person entered the house, but there could have been an accomplice or accomplices outside. Why is he telling this person on the phone this information? There could have been an accomplice or accomplices outside. The actual shooter probably ran to the development's perimeter fence about 200 yards away, climbed it, and escaped by car. Grissom glanced at his watch. It was a bit past 3 a.m. He tried to imagine the person on the other end of the line, none other than LVPD Sheriff Rory Atwater, pacing back and forth in his bathrobe, glancing up periodically at the early news on his TV. Okay, I guess he recognizes the voice. Press is all over this, Sheriff said. Bledsoe was a big name, so is his wife. She does a lot of that big-time charity crap. She's got friends at City Hall. A couple of them have already called me asking what the hell's going on. So, what the hell's going on? We're working on it, Grissom said. Yeah, which means you don't have anything yet, Atwater said. Well, we're working on it, Grissom repeated. Work faster, Atwater replied. The conversation ended the way most such motivational chats did. The sheriff told Grissom to move mountains and expedite matters because this was a high-profile case. The entire city was watching, and so on. Then Grissom reminded his superior that he and his people were doing their best, just as they did with all their cases. He also reminded him that Bledsoe wasn't the only killing in Las Vegas. Wasn't even the only killing that evening. Shortly after he hung up with the sheriff, Catherine Willows entered his office. To Grissom, she seemed to smell slightly of charred toast. You want to hear about the burn guy? She asked. Grissom pushed the Bledsoe case temporarily aside. Burn Guy, as Willows called him, was a corpse found in an incinerated house in a low-rent neighborhood in the unincorporated town of Paradise. Its boundaries included everything from a large section of the Strip to bustling McCarran International Airport to sprawling neighborhoods both well-to-do and grindingly poor. Mr. Burning Bed died in one of the latter. The call for CSI assistance with that case had arrived at pretty much the same moment as the Bledsoe alert. Because they were short-handed, Willows, in what Grissom considered a sterling example of team play, went out solo to process the scene. It was the sort of selflessness not just anyone, especially someone like Willows, who held the rank of CSI supervisor, could be expected to show. "Lay it on me," Grissom said. Willows sat down and opened a folder. "Okay. The victim is tentatively identified as the home's occupant, Matteo Espinoza, age 28, found face down on his bed, shot once in the back of the head at close range. The house was partially burned, probably intentionally. Preliminary fire department records indicate use of an accelerant in the bedroom where the body was found. It was some sort of commercial lighter fluid. I could smell it when I arrived." "Anything of interest in the house?" "Well, not superficially. All I can say, based on the parts that didn't burn, is that the fire was probably an improvement. Mr. Espinosa wasn't exactly rolling in cash. No real furniture except for the bed, and the yard was full of junk." See if I can pull out so you can see it all. The yard was full of junk. Cinder blocks, trash bags, broken glass. "Well, we can't all be rich real estate developers," Grissom mused. "Did anyone see or hear anything?" "No witnesses so far," Willow said. "Figures. It's been that kind of night. Anything else?" "Well, autopsy's pending, but there's something interesting we found at the scene." Willows handed Grissom a color 8x10-inch crime scene photo. He had to study it for a moment before he understood what he was seeing. In the middle was a large, finely cut diamond. It was surrounded by charred flesh. "Is this Espinosa?" Grissom asked. "Yes," Willow confirmed, "specifically the upper left quadrant of his torso." "So he swallowed a diamond, it looks like." This is inside his torso. Burned out. I think it means he swallowed it, or I guess he could have had it in his pocket. But it seems like maybe this guy is a thief and his partners or client killed him, burned his house to bury the evidence, and maybe he had a diamond that he had swallowed at the last minute to save it. In a poor neighborhood, and he's got a diamond in his stomach. Quadrant of his torso, upper left, so maybe in a pocket. Maybe he didn't swallow it. I guess if you swallow it, it's down in your lower stomach. Maybe it was just in his pocket. Oh, and here's our crime scene. Yikes. This is gruesome. This is not for the weak stomach. That's pretty gruesome. So, okay, so I believe there's our diamond. So it's really up by the chest. Maybe now it's on a chain, on a pendant of some sort. So maybe my whole theory about him being a diamond robber is off. He's poor, living in a poor neighborhood, but he's got a diamond pendant. Wow, that's pretty gruesome. Sorry about that. I apologize. Okay, it's not real. So just relax. It's like a horror movie. It's not real. Not the real photograph of a real dead person, but it is a pretty gruesome photo. Okay, let's try to put it back. All right, so for all appearances, this is a totally separate case as far as we know. Okay, they're going to look more into this diamond. Let's see what we got here. Grissom picked up a magnifying glass and studied the image. Is this part of a nipple piercing? He asked. That's what the location suggests. There appears to have been some kind of mounting associated with it, which the heat of the fire severely deformed. I can tell you more once it's removed from the body and examined. Did you find the murder weapon? It wasn't at the scene. Any leads, any theories? Nothing right now. All I can say is that somebody shot him in the back of the head and then torched the place. Not very subtle. Well, not every case can be a whole high-profile mystery involving a well-known captain of industry. Grissom smiled. True enough, he said. Just remember that in pretty much every way that matters, these cases are the same. Pardon? Willow said. Well, in life they were very different. One was rich and well-known, the other poor and obscure, but that changed tonight. Now they're both exactly the same, corpses in morgue lockers, rapidly cooling to 55 degrees Fahrenheit. They could be lying right next to each other right now, for all we know. The equality of death, Willow said, playing along. Exactly. And now it's up to us to find out what brought them to this. Willows rubbed her forehead. I got a headache while I was out at the scene, she said. The house is in the landing approach for McCarran, and the noise from the jets overhead was incredible. This philosophical stuff isn't easing my pain. Grissom smiled. Well, thanks for taking one for the team, and please keep me informed. Willows smiled back and rose to leave. You keep me informed, she said. Alone again, Grissom thought for a moment more about the two cases. Actually, they were different in one important way. While a lot of people clamored to know what had happened to Bledsoe, so far no one had even inquired about Espinosa. No family, no friends, no nothing. So perhaps, even in death, some people were more equal than others. Looks like we got a shoe print. As if to confirm this very thought, Brass stopped by a few minutes later. He knocked on the frame of the door to get Grissom's attention. Any news? Grissom asked. Yeah, only bad. Remember those motion sensors that are supposed to detect when anyone who might have jumped the wall around Pierce Passion Lake Preserve? Of course, let me guess. The system was deactivated. No, it was working just fine, but according to the developer's chief of security, it works a little too well. They get approximately 30 to 40 hits every night. The intruders are anything from coyotes to rabbits to residents out walking around. There's no way to differentiate a potential dangerous contact from all that background noise, so they ignore everything. Correct. However, the computer that oversees the system logs every blip. It shows that the sensor on the stretch of wall nearest the Bledsoe's home was activated at 10:52 p.m., so that's likely when the killer hauled his sorry butt onto the property. Wonderful, Grissom said. Anything of interest at the wall itself? I don't suppose this guy would have done us the favor of dropping his wallet. Brass smiled. Well, we found the spot where he entered. All we have is some footprints on the exterior side, where he walked through the hardpan to his way up to the wall. He wore a deep-treaded work boot, size 12. On the interior side, there's a spot where the grass is beaten down. Seems too big for just footprints. Looks like maybe he lost his footing and landed hard. Do we have any idea how he made it over the wall? Grissom asked. Superficial scratch marks on the masonry indicate some sort of grapple. He hauled himself up on a rope, tossed the grapple down onto the far side, then tossed it up there again when it was time to leave. And then what? It's an isolated 2-lane road only 10 yards from the wall. Considering the time of night, he could have just parked on the asphalt, or more likely had an accomplice wait there with a car. Really, getting over the wall was the tough part. The rest was cake. Wonderful, Grissom said. I have more or less than good news. Charlotte Bledsoe is here. Says she wants to talk to someone about the investigation. Okay, so here we've got a footprint, and maybe we need to start marking some locations. This looks like a very identifiable boot. We're told it's a work boot of size 12. We might want to, I guess we can take notes, but we can also put marks on the page. Okay, so what have we got? We've got at 10:52 is the wall sensor alarm. And they think that's when the guy mounted the wall to break in. Remember, the patrolman sees the flashes, calls at 11:08. So sometime before 11:08 were the flashes. And we're told size 12 work boot. And he comes up with his theory of how this guy got over this giant 10-foot wall. Scaled it with the grapple, brought it over, then came back over the other way with the grapple, and parked his car on the road or had an accomplice. All right, now Bledsoe is here, the wife, Charlotte. She wants to talk to us. Let's see what we've got here. Grissom glanced at his watch. 4 in the morning. She probably went to a hotel someplace, then started thinking about what happened. I'll bet it's just now starting to sink in. Of course, where'd you put her? I certainly wouldn't think of bringing her in here, Brass said, his eyes landing on Grissom's collection of animal specimens preserved in alcohol-filled jars. Woman's had enough shocks for one night. She's in my office. You want to join him? You want to join me? Yes, we'll tell her what we know, and maybe she can tell us a few things too. Brass's workspace was as well ordered as Grissom's was chaotic. The detective sat behind his desk. Grissom and Bledsoe sat in front of it. The two men offered their condolences. Charlotte Bledsoe reminded Grissom of those well-dressed, well-heeled women who were forever wandering into the offices of 1940s private detectives, desperately in need of help. She appeared remarkably alert and awake for a woman meeting law enforcement officers at 4 in the morning. Her dark hair was stylishly done, but a bit unkempt, understandable given the circumstances. She wore a camel-colored suit that looked like it cost more than Grissom made in a year. My husband didn't deserve this, Bledsoe began. He didn't deserve to be murdered in his own living room by some random idiot. Brass noted her clothing. She'd changed from the casual dress he recalled her wearing when he saw her briefly at the house. Perhaps she wanted to present herself as a woman who meant business. So you think the attack was random, he asked. No one had a vendetta against your husband? Oh, there were plenty of people angry with my husband, but none of them would do something like this. We don't move in those kinds of social circles. Grissom and Brass glanced at each other. Miss Bledsoe, since you're here, perhaps you could assist us with a couple of things, Brass said. The man who killed your husband also opened a wall safe in the master suite. Do you know what it contained? Oh, a few of my husband's papers, but also the bulk of my jewelry collection. Our insurance company appraised it for $500,000. Motive established, Grissom thought. That's a very nice collection, he said aloud. Why didn't you keep it at a bank or someplace more secure? I said the same thing to my husband on several occasions, but he didn't want to put something that valuable under the care of others. He was, well, I guess you could say he was paranoid about things like that. Anything that was important to him, he tended to watch very, very closely. You've seen our house security system. It's pretty extensive, Brass said. Most people wouldn't be comfortable with that level of scrutiny. Oh, I wasn't comfortable with it, Bledsoe said, but Mel wouldn't budge on the issue. He was extremely concerned about safety. And why didn't he arm the home security system? Brass asked. You'd think, given his mindset, it would be very important to him. Oh, Mel had a great deal of trouble remembering the proper codes. He tended not to bother with it when we were actually home. He once said that if someone broke in while he was around, the alarm system would be the least of their worries. A cloud of grief passed briefly over Bledsoe's features. Mouth crumpled for a moment, then the anger returned. If he'd gone with me this weekend, none of this would have happened, she said. The house would have been robbed, but he would be alive. You went away to a spa, Grissom said. He was supposed to go too? Yes, Bledsoe said. It's a place called High Desert Retreat, just outside Scottsdale. They have a 2-day stress-relieving regimen. Deep massage therapy and such. I talked him into going. Things pretty stressful at work? Brass asked. Of course. My husband specializes in top-of-the-line luxury home construction. The market for his product isn't what it used to be. So why didn't he go to the spa? Brass asked. Well, I was packing on Friday afternoon when he called from the office. Something very important had come up and he needed to stay in town, Bledsoe said. I asked him if it was really that pressing. Mel tends to think a lot of things are very, very important. But he was adamant, so I went without him. No, it could have been... Oh, did he tell you what it was? Grissom asked. No, it could have been any number of things. Ever since the market tanked, he's been involved in one legal dispute after another. Several of his contractors have sued him for breach of contract. He's sued a couple of people too. You can't imagine how hard this downturn has been on the housing industry. There are a lot of hard feelings, a lot of desperation. Any of those individuals seem particularly desperate? Brass said. Bledsoe instantly caught his meaning. Like reading a book here. As I said, we don't move in those kinds of circles, she sniffed. Plus, these people have financial problems. That wouldn't be solved by doing this. Has anything strange or unusual happened in your lives recently? Grissom said. Bledsoe thought for a moment. Well, there is one thing, she said. Mel mentioned that the problem he was working on was a security issue. I assumed he was talking about his office, but he might have meant the break-ins. Grissom and Brass's eyebrows shot up simultaneously. What break-ins? Brass asked. Well, over the last year, there have been 2 other robberies at Passion Lake Preserve, Bledsoe explained. Nobody got hurt, but it drove Mel absolutely insane. That whole place was built around the idea of being safe. Those thugs were turning him into a liar. It was becoming embarrassing. Brass, as discreetly as possible, started tapping on his computer keyboard. He's looking stuff up. When did these robberies take place? Grissom asked. One about a year ago, another maybe 6 months later. Like I said, no one was hurt, no one was even home at the time. The robbers didn't bother with big things like TVs. They took cash, jewelry. Bledsoe suddenly stopped talking. Through a fog of grief, anger, and fatigue, she glimpsed the outlines of something terrible. Oh, it was them, she said. They killed my husband. We're considering every possibility, Grissom said. Right now, at this stage, we're not excluding anything. Bledsoe didn't seem to hear. Could they have targeted him because he was trying to stop them? Perhaps, but we have many, many leads to pursue before I'd be comfortable offering a theory. I'll be keeping you in the loop, of course. Yeah, me too, Brass said. He was now staring intently at something on his computer screen. And thank you for coming in. As my associate said, we'll keep you posted of any developments. We may be in touch if we have further questions. Bledsoe stiffened. That's it. Shouldn't you ask if I have any further questions? I didn't come out here in the middle of the night so I could listen to platitudes and then get shoved out the door. I'm sorry to be so brusque, Grissom said, but whoever did this to your husband is still out there. The quicker we get back to the case, the quicker we can catch him. I'm sure you understand. That seemed to mollify her, for the moment at least. Bledsoe departed reluctantly with a promise to check in later. She was almost out the door when Grissom stopped her. Oh, and one more thing, he said. Your husband was carrying a book of Japanese poetry when he was killed. Do you have any idea why? Bledsoe shrugged. He found it a couple months ago, and he's been carrying it ever since. He once told me that all the poems gave him insights into his life and his relationships, but they never gave him any peace. I don't understand, Brass said. Well, neither did I, Bledsoe said. I think he somewhat enjoyed the fact that I didn't grasp what he said. If you figure out what he meant, I'd like to know. With that, she departed. Let me just read this again. So it sounds like, first of all, she says he found it. Found it a few months ago, according to her. Found a few months ago. So did he find this code book and is he using it to decrypt messages, or is this just bullshit when he says he found it? And then she says that the poems give him insights into his life and his relationships, but they never give him any peace. I wonder if he found a book that's helping him decrypt secret messages people are writing about him that now he can figure things out. Okay, so if you figure it out, let me know. With that, she departed. She could be as big a problem as the press, Brass said. Well, she's got it right, Grissom said. So what about those break-ins? I assume that's what you were hunting up on your computer. Yeah, first was on May 10 of last year, second on October 21st. Both were Passion Lake homes. The MOs were identical. Someone entered via a first floor window while the occupants were away, stole only high-value, easily transportable items, and left. Were the houses tossed? Grissom asked. You mean, did the guys spend much time looking around? Nope. Reports say that except for the broken windows that were used to gain entrance, there wasn't a thing out of place. But here's the really interesting part. The big ticket item taken during the first robbery was a collection of jewelry. It came from a safe in the basement that was hidden behind a false wall. Whoever took it knew exactly where it was. Inside job, Grissom said. Come morning, I'd like someone to talk to the neighborhood's head of security. I'm sure they've got a sign-in, sign-out sheet for the day of the killing. We'll need to talk to every single one of those people. Maybe something will shake loose. So it sounds like maybe the security people working for this village are seeing what people are doing in their house, seeing their codes, and arranging break-ins to steal their stuff, right? It feels like an inside job by people who could look at the security footage interior to houses and figure out people's safe codes and know where to break in, know where the safe was, and know where the code because they've watched them. All right, so we got a new piece of evidence. So what about Charlotte Bledsoe's theory? Brass asked. Do you think there's any chance he was intentionally targeted? Nope, not at all. These guys go to a great deal of trouble to avoid that sort of thing. They want money, not hassles. They ran into Bledsoe by accident and panicked. That is, if they actually did this. You doubt it? Grissom sighed. Well, at the moment, it's definitely our most promising lead, but there's something about it. Yeah, I know, Brass said. I'm always a little put off when someone involved in the case waltzes in with a neat, ready-made theory. Yeah, Grissom said. It makes me wonder about that story and about the person who gave it to us. So they suspect the wife, it sounds like. Thanks to Grissom and Brass's conversation a few hours earlier, LVPD Detective Samuel Vega found himself standing bright and early inside the main guardhouse at Passion Lake Preserve. He noted that, besides a set of ornate but functional gates, the main entrance was equipped with formidable-looking, retractable spike strips. He half expected to see the concrete barricades used at military bases. The developer, Bledsoe, had also piled a series of artfully constructed hills around the perimeter to prevent prying eyes from getting an easy look at the opulence within, and to keep the masses from intruding on what the development's brochures described as the most luxurious, relaxing atmosphere in either Las Vegas or its environs. The entire 170-acre complex was rigged by a forbidding security wall. Vega couldn't begin to imagine how much it must have cost. I wonder if they planted landmines, he muttered under his breath. Excuse me, said the uniformed security guard in front of him. Her name was Shauna Hart. She looked to be 35, with blonde hair tied in a ponytail. Nothing, replied Vega. She resumed rummaging through a large leather-bound logbook. Here's yesterday, she said, handing over a large sheet of paper. The day before is on the other side. As Vega surveyed the sign-in, sign-out sheet, his stomach started to churn. There were 21 names on the front of the page and another 20 on the back. And it looks like we're getting access to that list. Look at that. Look at that. That's pretty cool. So here's the sign-in sheet on August 27th, the day of the murder. Whole bunch on the front, whole bunch on the back. I guess the 28th must have been the day of the murder, and this is the day before. So let's take a look at what we've got here. Looks like 6 a.m. is the first people signing in and out. Going up to noon, and then 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Pizza Portico had a delivery. Okay, what's our address again? 1021 Mountain Air Court. Okay, that's the name of our place. Let's see what we've got here. Okay, so flower replacement at a nearby house. No, that's Mencken Air Court. That's not the same. Is it Mountain? That's awfully familiar. I mean, awfully close. But our crime scene is at Mountain Air Court. That looks like maybe that's the same. Someone just wrote it down wrong. That could be a nearby place. No other places nearby. Deliveries, landscapes, massages, drywall, piano, town car pickup. Let's look at the previous day. So here's Universal Parcel to Mountain Air Court, but quite a while away. Quite a distance away. 5533 versus 1000. That seems like a totally different thing. All right, and let's just quickly scan these in case something else comes up in the case so we recognize it. I don't see anything. Anything that jumps out. Anything jump out to anyone else about this? I mean, the log stops at 6 p.m. It's not very helpful to us. These are just visitors, of course. All right, well, nothing jumps out to us about that. But maybe that's the dog that didn't bark. We suspect it might be an inside job of some sort. Although we know they climbed over the wall, so that part is not an inside job. Let's check in with the chat. John says, seems like the victim was pretty paranoid. Maybe he just imagined the information in that haiku book. We could get handwriting from that sign-in sheet if we see someone's handwriting we're suspicious about. All right, let's go back to our book. So he's talking to the security woman. Now, how many security people does it take to hold down the fort here, he asked. 3 on the day shift, 3 on the night shift, Hart said. Forgive me for asking, but what do you guys do? Well, staff the 2 entrances, drive around, show the flag. Any calls? For assistance? Occasionally. We helped a lady locate her Visla the other day. A Visla? Is that a car? Well, it's a Hungarian hunting dog. It got out when a housekeeper left the back door to an employer's pool house open. Sounds exciting. Hart's expression soured. Being alerted to the chat. It's a little unclear to me. Is there a wall around the whole housing development and then a separate wall around the victim's house? That's a very good question. There's definitely a wall around the whole housing development. I think that may be it, though. I think there may be a wall around the whole housing development, and they think they spotted the area of the wall where the intruder may have come through. But I don't think there's houses around each compound, a wall around each compound. That's how I read it. Sounds exciting. Hart's expression soured. Look, don't give me a hard time. I got a criminal justice degree and spent 5 years with the San Diego Police Department. Only difference between you and me is that I got shot in the right knee during a convenience store robbery. Physically, I can't make the cut on a real police force anymore. I try to console myself with the fact that I don't have to risk having my head blown off to get my paycheck. Point taken, Vega said. Speaking of earning your money, has anyone on your staff seen anything unusual lately? Maybe the same car driving by the entrances a little too slowly or a little too often? Someone working where they shouldn't be? This is a gated, patrolled neighborhood, Hart replied. Nobody works. If you're a guest, someone has to let you in. If you're here to mow the lawn or to shampoo a rug or to walk somebody's dog, you sign in and out. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Yeah, well, with due respect to you and your staff, somebody got in, and your boss is dead because of it. Hart's face pinked slightly. Yeah, point taken. I'll ask around. Yeah, I may too after I finish with these lists. I have contact info for most of them, the housekeeping people, the landscaping guys, and you can probably corner a lot of them here on the property while they're working. We'll get you the names and numbers. I'd appreciate that, Vega said. He got into his car and proceeded to perform a small errand for Brass. Noting the time, he turned over the engine and headed deeper into Passion Lake Preserve, obeying all posted speed limits and stop signs. He drove to Mel Bledsoe's home. He stopped in front of the driveway, once more noted the time, and did a little quick math. It took about 1 minute, 21 seconds to go from the guardhouse to the Bledsoe residence. Vega dialed Brass on his cell phone, gave him the figure, and hung up. Okay, so it takes 1.5 minutes to get from the entrance to the guardhouse. I guess this gives us information about the patrolman sees the shots, says he goes back to the guardhouse to call it in. So if he called in the call at 11:08, that means he must have seen the shots at what, 11:06. Across town, Nick Stokes sat down with Lou Todman, owner of United Confidence, the installer of Bledsoe's monitoring system. Todman's office was immaculate. The man himself was somewhere in his 50s with gray, carefully trimmed hair. He wore a dark blue suit complete with a vest. "So, does something like this hurt business?" Stokes asked. Not really," he replied. "System wasn't on, so it can't be blamed." "That sort of thing happen often?" "Well, more than you'd think. You don't have to be an electronics genius to get around this stuff. You just have to be lucky. People get tired of fooling with the keypads, or they just forget. So these monster electronic watchdogs are often fast asleep. Bledsoe, I think, was a particular problem. He just couldn't seem to remember the codes for arming and disarming the system." Were your systems installed in either of the other two Passion Lake houses that were robbed?" Todman grimaced. "Both of them," he said, "but statistically, that's not too strange. I've worked on 2/3 of the homes in that development." "Were either of the systems active when the robberies took place?" "Nope. In both cases, the residents went out someplace for the evening. Maybe they were running late and didn't want to bother. Their surroundings probably lulled them into a false sense of security. I mean, that place is called Passion Lake Preserve. It certainly sounds safe, doesn't it?" Stokes smiled. Don't believe everything you hear," he said. "So tell me about the monitoring system." "Well, there were 12 cameras, 8 in the house and 4 outdoors," Todman said. "All wireless, all very small. All were linked to 2 in-house monitors. From either location, you can get full-screen views of anyone in the monitors, and any of the monitors, any 2 or split-screen views of all of them at once." "Wow," Stokes said. "That's a lot of cameras. Is that unusual?" "Yes. But it's becoming less so all the time. In Passion Lake, I put monitors in 15 houses. There was a rush of business after word got out that Mr. Bledsoe had them installed in his house. Of course, none of my other clients wanted anything nearly as, well, intrusive. Well, you said that, not me. I prefer the word comprehensive." "Okay, so I take it that if the security system and the monitors are both online, there's no way someone could get in undetected." It was Todman's turn to smile. Here's a dirty little secret," he said. "If it's up against your typical spur-of-the-moment home breaker with no training or brains, my gear will win every time. Our sign in the front yard is enough to make a novice think twice. But if you got a crew with experience and technical savvy, well, what can I say? Machines are still no match for human ingenuity." "I see," Stokes said. "So what do you see? What do you use?" "Me? I got a nervous, hair-triggered dog that barks at every little thing. She's a better security solution than any electronic gadget on the market, but please keep that information to yourself. I still have to make a living." "Will do," Stokes said. "We've already taken in the CPU, but I'd like to look at the rest of the hardware. Can you supply us with the locations of the cameras at the Bledsoe house so we can collect them?" "I can save you the trouble," Todman said. "Mrs. Bledsoe called a few hours ago, and she wanted everything removed. Toot sweet. She sounded pretty upset. I tried to explain that the system wasn't armed and that it didn't fail, but it was of no use. She wanted every bit of the security package. I believe she called it that goddamn spy network out of the house. So we sent someone over this morning, and all the gear should be in the back somewhere." "I thought you said the system couldn't be blamed." "Well, not if you think about it logically," Todman said. "This has nothing to do with logic." A couple of minutes later, Stokes found himself deep inside United Confidence's service area, talking to company tech Kevin Williams. He wore a scruffy beard and a ratty t-shirt that said inexplicably, "I make my own gravy." Somewhere in his mid-20s, he seemed the very model of a socially stunted computer nerd. William seemed excited to have a visitor, excited and a bit agitated. There you go, he said, pointing to a cardboard box on a nearby work table. Those are the cameras. Dropped them in a little while ago. 2 monitors are in my office. And how long did it take you to rip this stuff out? Stokes asked. The fact that everything had been taken from its original context and extensively handled irritated him. Granted, the odds of finding anything useful amongst this junk had been thin from the start, but now the chance was vanishingly small. Stokes wondered if it was worth the trouble to lug the box to his vehicle. Easy come, easy go, William said, just a touch too exuberantly. Everything's wireless, there's no ripping. Toughest part is finding all the cameras, then climbing up a ladder and grabbing them. Finding them? Don't you have a schematic or something? Oh yeah, William said, glancing around his cluttered work area, but it's still a pain. Stokes rummaged through the box of cameras. There were 2 kinds. An almost impossibly minuscule model for interior use and a sturdier, slightly larger version for outdoors. Outside cameras looked a touch weather-beaten. The inside cameras are small, but not as small as we could make them, Williams volunteered. There are snake eye units that could be completely concealed inside, say, the pattern of a wall treatment, but that would require some pretty intrusive wiring, and to be frank, those teeny tiny cameras kind of freak out the clientele, makes them feel like they're living in a Big Brother house, know what I mean? Stokes ignored the rambling remarks. Is this all of them? Yeah, Williams said. I'll get them back to you when we're finished. I'm going to need that schematic too, so I'll know where the cameras were positioned. Not a problem, Williams said, and retrieved a large folded document from his workstation. All right, so we're going to get that document. Now, I think the critical part that he was telling us here is they're all wireless. So someone who could crack the wireless encryption could be monitoring their cameras live. So it might not even be an inside job, but someone may have figured out how to tap into the security systems. Okay, let's look at what we've got here. So here's the Bledsoe residence blueprint. Whoa, look at that. That's a big document we've got here. So section 2 and section 1, this is the second floor. So the upper floor, there's his master bathroom, master bedroom, office, hallway, okay. And then here is our diagram of the ground floor. Got one looking out the garage, family room, living room. So he's found in the living room, we think, right? That's where his dead body is. And where was the safe? Was it upstairs? Yeah, safe was upstairs. It had some dirt on the footprints that tracked in up the stairs. Well, this doesn't seem to help us in any way that I can think of. Cameras everywhere, no. You have a hard time getting into the house. You have a hard time getting into the house without being seen on camera, but you could do it if you came in through this garage, right? This garage door. Then you'd be spotted somewhere here, but I guess you might be able to get in without being seen if you knew where all the cameras were. Okay. Chat says, doesn't look like there's any X by camera 3 on the ground floor. Is that important? That's interesting. Huh. That is interesting. What do you make of that? So there are X's hand done on all the cameras, except for one. Camera 3 at the front door. Huh. What do you think that means? Is that the one that they didn't pull? They didn't disconnect? Is that what we're thinking? These X's are as they collected them. The wife says to get rid of them all. Did they X them as they got rid of them, but not get rid of this one? Interesting. Good observation, though, Jonathan. I'm going to make a note of that. And then the fact that the cameras are wireless, I think, is important. All right, so we're about halfway through the book, a little less than halfway. Let's continue here. There's Grissom. A few hours later, Grissom was sitting in his office studying the findings from the Espinosa crime scene. Since much of the home had been burned to the ground, there wasn't a lot to examine. Investigators had managed to recover a grab bag of miscellany from the entry area and living room, both of which were largely untouched by the blaze. Unfortunately, none of what they'd gathered seemed particularly helpful. Grissom shifted carefully through some 38 documents. Most had suffered varying degrees of fire or water damage, but all were still at least partially legible. There were utility bills, supermarket flyers, sweepstakes notices, and other forms of junk mail. The report from Catherine Willows indicated that they'd all been found in a stack near the front door. So far, there was nothing in the charred remains that offered any insight. All he could divine from the mess was that Espinosa was probably a very poor housekeeper. And yet, Grissom lingered over the heap of seemingly irrelevant material for far longer than seemed strictly necessary. He carefully studied every piece, looking for anything that might pique his interest. Perhaps, he mused, there really was something here. He just didn't understand its relevance. Or maybe, he thought with a grim smile, this was just a pile of straws and he was grasping at them. I would recommend Manhunter and To Live and Die in LA. Okay, so here's some of the burned stuff he found. I guess one piece. And it does seem like it's burned. That's pretty effective little printing thing. We don't know if these cases are related. It looks like a little flyer, but Ace Services. Let's check. So there is something written on the back. Meet at that motel by the airport with the slot machine in the lobby that never pays. 467. Now, let's look at the call-in sheet and see if they're working at this place, right? Let's look at let's look if this business is connected to our case in some way. Oh, Ace Drywalling Services. Basement drywall. That's interesting, isn't it? Do we have a connection between these two cases? On the day of our break-in and murder, Ace Drywalling Services were here at this guy's housing complex. Any on the day before? No. Okay, that's interesting though. Meet at that motel by the airport with the slot machine in the lobby that never pays. 467. That seems like it's room 467 they're supposed to meet. I wonder if this guy that got killed with the diamond is our killer. All right, let's put this back this way so we can see it. Interesting. Good call, Jesse, says Jonathan. Thank you. All right, back to our story here. When Stokes knocked on Grissom's door, he almost welcomed the change of suspect. Any news? I just came from United Confidence, Stokes explained, placing a small surveillance camera on the desk for Grissom's inspection. This is a piece of the gear that Kevin Williams says he removed from the Bledsoe residence. It's a weatherproof camera for exterior use, but there's a problem. All of the outdoor models were somewhat weather-beaten, but this one's wear pattern is different from the others, not as pronounced. Could it be a replacement? Grissom asked. Perhaps it wasn't in place as long as the others. I don't think so. There's a roofing tar on that mount, but the Bledsoe's home has a tiled roof. Plus the serial number is squirrely. The other outdoor units all come from the same production batch. This one's entirely different. Brass appeared in Grissom's doorway, holding 2 plastic evidence bags containing the cigarette butts. He had heard enough of their conversation to leap right in. Maybe one of the Bledsoe cameras malfunctioned, he offered. They could have just grabbed a used one out of the back room to replace it. You should talk to that Williams guy, see if they have some sort of record. Stokes smiled. Oh, I think we need to talk to Williams again, but we might want to do it in an interrogation room. What have you got? Grissom asked. Well, Archie and I went out to the Bledsoe place on the off chance we could find the real camera. We located it near the garage up against the house behind some roses, where it must have fallen off its mount. The landscaper dumped a huge load of mulch on it. I can understand why Williams probably also tried to find it, failed. That was Jonathan's pickup that the 3 wasn't crossed off. I think that was the one. That tells us which one it was. That it fell off and he couldn't find it. That's why he didn't retrieve it, I guess. Did it give you anything helpful? Brass asked. Well, we think so. The camera, just like all the others, is wireless. It transmits to the home monitoring system CPU via radio. In most home security systems, these signals have an effective range of about 100 feet, just enough to reach the computer and maybe spill out a bit onto the lawn. But Archie says this camera was set to broadcast its signals a quarter mile. If it was a mistake, it was a big one. Anyone with the appropriate equipment could have parked on the street in front of the Bledsoe house and seen what the camera saw. Or any of the other cameras if they were set up the same way. All he'd need is a monitor. Grissom perked up. What was the range on the other cameras, he asked. About 100 feet, just as they should be, Stokes responded. But they could have been recalibrated after they were collected. Maybe, just maybe, they were all set on long range before Williams got to them. Only reason we have this one is because he couldn't find it. But isn't the broadcast signal encrypted? Brass asked. Yes, Stokes said, but that wouldn't be a problem if you had the codes. And you know who has the codes? Kevin Williams, Grissom said. So he's setting this equipment at maximum range, then using a receiver to look inside the house. He could park on the street and case the place for a robbery. Yeah, but there's just one problem, Brass said. I've seen the sign-in, sign-out sheets for Passion Lake. Williams hasn't been there recently except to remove the Bledsoe system. I can't imagine him robbing a house anyway, Stokes said. He doesn't have the stones for that kind of work. Well, let's bring him in for a chat, Grissom said. Actually, let's reserve both interrogation rooms, Brass said. Grissom and Stokes looked at him. I think I know who did the actual dirty work, he said, holding out evidence bags he had brought to the meeting. If we get them both in here at the same time, we can close this investigation. What does he know that we don't know? All right, time for a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Jonathan Warner is reminding us that we should, with these books, with these dossier-style books, the game doesn't ever tell you to pause and figure things out. So if you want to have the enjoyment of figuring things out, you have to force yourself to pause and figure things out before the detectives in the book do. And Jonathan was saying, can we figure out what this other person they want to bring in? They want to bring in the security technician nerd and interrogate him. And then we're told they want to, this guy says, we'll bring in someone else as well. And Jonathan was thinking, is it going to be the drywall people? Is it going to be, it could be the wife, it could be the security guard. I'm not sure. Probably we could figure it out based on who it's Brass that has the other person to bring in. Trying to remember who else Brass talked to. One of the things that's not quite working with this game is the, you tell me if you're finding this to be true as well. It's like the personalities are not very well defined here. There's a lot of characters and they all seem kind of samey. Maybe that's down to my own voicing fault, but it's hard to feel too attached to these people. They're not very interesting characters with personalities as far as I can feel. All right, let's see. But Brass has got someone else in mind he wants to bring in. Let's continue. An hour later, Williams found himself in the smaller of CSI headquarters' 2 interrogation rooms, seated alone at an austere metal table. Stokes, along with Grissom and Brass, observed him through the room's 2-way mirror. They watched as the tech's right foot tapped out a nervous staccato beat on the cold, naked floor. I'm going in with you, Brass said. I'll stay until our other guest arrives. Well, the more the merrier, replied Stokes. Williams nearly jumped out of his skin when Stokes and Brass walked into the room. They left the door open. I thought it was time we met in my place, Stokes said. Do you recognize this? He plunked the camera he'd found down on the table and landed with a forbidding clank. Williams couldn't take his eyes off it. It's from the Bledsoe house? Williams replied. Yep. But it's not one of the 12 you boxed up and gave to me. One of those was a plant, so I went back to locate the real one. I found it and discovered something really curious. What? Williams said. Well, you already know, and I'll give you one chance to tell us yourself. Williams swallowed. Tiny beads of perspiration collected on his forehead. This could get me fired, he said. Right now, that's the least of your worries, Brass retorted. Williams glanced at Brass, then at Stokes. Well, like I told you before, old Lady Bledsoe wanted everything removed. Rush, rush, he said. I drove out there and I started pulling stuff. I tracked down 11, but it took longer than I planned, and then I spent forever hunting down for the last one. Bledsoe started looking at me funny, so I gave up and split. I figured maybe I'd come back sometime and try again, but then you showed up and I panicked. I just tossed an old camera from another job in the box, figuring you wouldn't notice. Only now I realized my mistake. I forgot to check it off the blueprint. That's what Jonathan picked up on. So that's it, Stokes said. What do you mean? Williams said. Is there anything else you'd like to share about the camera itself? Williams looked like a cornered animal. I don't know what you mean. At that moment, a uniformed officer stepped briefly into the room and made eye contact with Brass, who nodded in reply. I've got to go, he said. Our other guest has arrived. Williams watched him walk out. What's happening? He asked Stokes. Well, look for yourself, he said, nodding toward the hallway. At that moment, a very concerned-looking Mitch Harding, lately of the Passion Lake Security Force, walked past, escorted by Brass. He and William briefly made eye contact. That's the local security for the place. The look of shock and fear that passed across both their faces told Stokes everything he needed to know. He walked over to the door and closed it. So he's figured out these two are working in cahoots. So here's what happens next, he said. You and your buddy are going to have a race. He'll sit down in the next room and tell his story while you tell yours in here. The person who's most truthful and helpful enjoys some leniency during charging and sentencing. The person who's least helpful finds himself in more trouble than he's already in, which is quite a bit. So I'll ask again, is there anything you'd like to share? In the other interrogation room, Brass got down to business as well. He began by showing Harding the plastic evidence bag containing the 2 cigarette butts, which we have here. Your brand, he says. We found it on the street just a little bit down from the Bledsoe residence, right where you said you spotted the muzzle flashes. You told us you were passing through on a patrol, but you actually stopped long enough to smoke these 2 down and toss them out the window. So this was a key piece of evidence. Did we just completely misunderstand what we were being told about them? I don't think this is fair. Look at this. We read this. We were paying attention to this. And he's sitting here smoking a cigarette when we're talking to him, and we see him throw one out and stomp it with his foot. And now we're being told later that he collected these from where the guy parked his car. So let's see. Where were you when you parked when you placed the call? Right over there, pointing to the far side of the driveway. As he drives away, Brass looked down at the 2 cigarette butts the kid had left behind. He noted the brand. This really sounds like they're pointing to the 2 cigarettes that the kid dropped while he was talking to him. But now from here, it sounds like he's saying that he collected them not from when the kid was talking to him, but from where the kid was parked watching the house. And that's how he's determined that the kid was there for longer than he said. This really seems unfair to me. But okay, so we're confronting with the cigarette butts that we say now weren't dropped while we were talking to him, but were dropped by the car where we think he was hanging out. Could have been there anytime, but all right. Okay. He says, I phoned it in, he said desperately. I'm the one who called 911. Yeah, you certainly are, Brass replied. It's impressive that you spotted those muzzle flashes from so far away, and even more amazing that you knew what they were. It's almost unbelievable. Brass picked up the bag with the cigarette butts, looked at it, and set it down. So what were you really doing out there while you smoked these? He asked. And what did your buddy in the other room have to do with all this? Harding took a deep, ragged breath and started talking. Next door, Williams did the same. All right, so are they going to admit that they're the robbers, but that they didn't kill this guy? That would make sense. It took just minutes to get the outlines of what happened. Williams and Harding couldn't share their stories fast enough. I met him through a course I teach at the community college, Williams said of Harding. It's about home theater installation. I do security stuff, but putting in those home theaters is my first love. He worked at the same neighborhood where I installed a lot of systems. We came up with a plan. I made regular night patrols, which Kevin said was perfect, Harding offered. He started tuning the wireless cameras he installed so that I could pick up their signals from the street as I drove by. We'd select a house, and then I'd make passes over several nights, going from camera to camera. looking for goodies, jewelries, cash, anything small and easy to carry. Once, Mitch gathered enough data about a particular place, we'd strike, Williams said. We always worked at night, obviously. We learned enough about the residents to know that they didn't arm their systems religiously. We'd wait until we knew they'd be gone. And which of you did the actual breaking and entering? Stokes asked Wildem. Neither, Williams replied. That's not in our skill set. Mitch knew a guy. We brought him in 50-50. There are three of you, Stokes said. How could the deal be 50-50? This guy's got 50% and we got the other 50%, but he took all the real risks, plus he's kind of scary. You don't want to piss him off. Besides, what were we going to do? Shop around for a burglar? Good point, Stokes said. So he killed Bledsoe. No, Williams said. He wasn't even there. Hell, we weren't even planning a robbery for that night. Couldn't have done it if we wanted to. Yeah, why not? Well, the burglar guy, his name is Harvey something. Mitch said he was locked up for being drunk and disorderly. He's still there now, I think. At almost the same moment in the room next door, Harding was telling the very same portion of the tale. Well, the guy we use, Harvey Keller, is in jail for some drunk and disorderly thing, he told Brass. I was on a recon mission working up some business for when he got out. All right, walk me through the timeline, Brass said. You went out on patrol, then stopped near the Bledsoe house to watch some TV. What'd you see? Well, for maybe the first 5 minutes, nothing. I was toggling from one camera to the next when I spotted some guy dressed all in black break open one of the downstairs windows. I guess I sort of freaked, Brass offered. Yeah, I freaked. I switched over to the living room camera just in time to see him shoot Bledsoe. I couldn't believe it. I didn't know what to do, so I called 911 and headed back to the office. It took you a long time to get there. Your timesheet says you returned at 11:15, 7 minutes after you placed the call. But I had an associate of mine see how long it takes to travel between the house and your office, and he made it in less than a minute and a half. So where were you? Let me stop for a second. Did we have access to this information? Your timesheet shows you returned at 11:15. Is this on the sign-in sheet? Does it also have patrol information? Or is it a different sheet that he filled that out? Or did we not have access to that? So these are the guests coming in. I'm trying to figure out if the game has given us fair access to that information, which is obviously one of the reasons why they suspect this guy. Does anyone remember? Did we... Is that evidence we were able to see? We know that he tracked down. We know when the call went out. But this seems like information that we're hearing for the first time. He says, your timesheet says you returned at 11:15, 7 minutes after you placed the call. But I and an associate of mine see how long it takes to travel between the house and your office, which he made in less than a minute and a half. Where were you? I don't think we had that info in document form. Maybe it was mentioned in passing, says Jonathan. Okay, what's this note? I drove around looking for some place to ditch the stuff. Nothing seemed very secure, so I pitched it into the retaining pond. Kevin wasn't too happy about that, but it was the best I could do on short notice. Really? Are you sure you weren't actually inside the Bledsoe house? Killing Mel Bledsoe and cleaning out his upstairs safe? Oh, no, Harding said dismissively. I'm not a murder suspect. Brass raised his eyebrows. Really? Yes, it really seem like you are one from where I'm sitting. Harding shook his head miserably. Brass figured he'd probably kill for a cigarette at this point. Look, I watch TV, the kid said. I don't know what those forensics people can do. If I walked into that place, you'd have fingerprints, shoe prints, residue from my hands and feet that you'd match to the steering wheel and floorboards in my car, and so on. But you didn't find anything like that because there's nothing to find. I'm in the clear. Well, maybe for the murder, Brass said, but I don't think you'll be installing home theaters anytime soon. Hey, I phoned it in, Harding said pleadingly. I could have just driven away, you know. Well, thanks for the tip, Brass said, but I'm sure the judge will take your humanitarian streak into consideration during sentencing. Harding let out a disgusted sigh. I guess it's true, he said. No good deed goes unpunished. He sounds like he's surprised he's going to get in trouble for robbing these people. Not to mention looking at their interior of their cameras, who knows what he saw there. That seems like people are not going to be happy about that either. That's probably a separate charge. While Harding and Williams were processed, Stokes, Brass, and Grissom convened in Brass's office to talk about the Bledsoe murder case, or rather, the lack of a Bledsoe murder case. Look what Harding had in his wallet, Brass said. Can you believe the stones on that guy? He offered Grissom a sheet of paper. It was some sort of puff piece about the Bledsoes from a local lifestyle magazine called Vegas Alive from 3 years earlier, before the housing market tanked. Superstar developer gives back. Oh, look, it's our good close-up of our murder victim and his wife. Rings. There's him wearing a jacket. Melvin Bledsoe and wife Charlotte host real estate industry charity soiree. Times have been very, very good of late for the Las Vegas real estate market, and they have been exceptionally good for veteran high-end residential developer Melvin R. Bledsoe, principal partner of Bledsoe Homes. Mr. Bledsoe recently began first-phase construction of his latest brainchild, Passion Lake Preserve, with homes starting at $2 million. The 180-acre slice of opulence will, when completed in 2009, offer a long list of first-class amenities. In addition to the all-opulent touches one would expect from a Bledsoe project, most prominently in this case not one but two state-of-the-art clubhouses, Passion Lake Preserve will also offer the unexpected, namely the latest in high-tech security measures to ease the minds of residents. The community will, of course, be gated with its own 24-hour security force, but beyond that, Bledsoe plans to introduce what he describes as the latest in electronic security countermeasures. Not surprisingly, he's reticent about spelling out exactly what they might be. All he'll say for the record is that they will make Passion Lake Preserve one of the safest spots on the planet. Having my clients know that there's someone keeping an eye on things is important to me, Bledsoe said. An on-site security staff, plus the latest automated security and monitoring technology, is just one more way of proving that commitment. One of the community's first residents will be Bledsoe himself, whose 6,000 square foot Spanish colonial home has just completed construction. I think it will be perfect for my wife Charlotte and myself, Bledsoe said, our own little slice of heaven. Or maybe it's not such a little slice, Bledsoe continued, smiling. The lot is, after all, 3.5 acres. A very select list of guests will visit that slice of heaven later this month, when the new home will host a charity ball for the Greater Las Vegas Education Assistance Fund. The charity group works with disadvantaged students suffering from exotic learning disabilities, most prominently dyslexia, difficulty reading, dyscalculia, difficulty with numbers, and dysgraphia, difficulty writing. Bledsoe said that his wife, recently elected to the organization's board, is the real force behind the charity gala. Ironically, the two, who celebrate their 5th wedding anniversary next month, owe their meeting to a numbers mix-up. After a medical appointment, Bledsoe returned to his car only to realize that he'd forgotten the key code required to enter it. I just bought the car, he recalled. Ordinarily, I don't have problems like that, but I must not have paid attention at the dealership. I was still struggling with the thing when Charlotte, who was a nurse and worked in the building I just left, walked up and asked if she could help. The two got to know each other while waiting for Bledsoe's car service to arrive and open the vehicle. They've been inseparable ever since, though lately the long hours demanded by this booming industry have kept Bledsoe away from home more than he'd like. I've been extremely busy, he said, but what can I do? The sorts of deals we're making and the clientele we serve means that I'm on call 7 days a week, 24 hours a week. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Sorry, Bledsoe added, laughing at his own gaffe. Okay, so what are we being told here? He mixes up numbers. Like he can't keep track of numbers. That's why he had to keep them written down or something. So some combination of dyscalculia, dyslexia or something like that. Not reading, just keeping track of numbers. Sorry, Bledsoe added, laughing at his own gaffe. Let me just say that I'm working for my customers most of the time, and when I'm not working, I'm on a call. Asked when he plans to take a break from his busy schedule, Bledsoe admitted that it won't be anytime soon. Like they say in the military, I'll rest when I'm dead, he offered. Right now, there's deals to be closed, communities to be built, and clients to be served. Maybe when the market cools down a bit, I'll take up golf or something, but not right now. Not that he thinks he'll make it to the links anytime soon. While conventional wisdom seems to indicate that the local real estate market is somewhat overheated and can't continue its high winning streak, Bledsoe predicts that the good times will keep rolling in well into the foreseeable future. The rules of this game have changed, he said, smiling. The Vegas market formerly had its ups and downs, but with such a critical mass of people, money, and resources flowing into this area, you'd have to be a fool to predict anything but continued prosperity. I would bet my life on it. Well, he was wrong because the housing market cooled. And then we've got a little ad here for Parkington Academy. The Las Vegas region's most exclusive private preparatory school is currently accepting applicants for inclusion in its 2008 pre-kindergarten class. Interest in this unique opportunity has never been greater, all the more reason to register now for one of the coveted openings. As in years past, only the 22 applicants with the most stellar credentials will be accepted. Remember, it's never too early to start a child on the path to success, even if that child can't yet crawl. Okay. And then a little ad here direct from the artisan to your door, Azad's Rug Emporium, importer of fine Persian rugs since 1998. Okay, so this is found in whose possession? Look what Harding had in his wallet. So this is in the security guard's wallet. It's 3 years old. Why is he carrying this thing that's 3 years old? Let's check in with the chat here. That is one interesting thing about this story. It's being set right after the housing market crashed. Yes, okay. All right, so why is he carrying around this 3-year-old magazine article? Maybe we're going to find out now. You've got to love that magazine, Grissom said, handing back the page. It makes research so much easier. Even two big criminals can bone up on their victims. They're burglary buddies out of circulation, Brass said. He wrecked his car in Reno, resisted arrest, then blew a blood alcohol level of 0.9. He's been in jail for several weeks, including on the night of the robbery. Williams was teaching one of his classes that evening, and Harding, well, we know where he was. So they're all in the clear for the shooting, Grissom said. The McMansion killers are really just the McMansion burglars. We spent a long time chasing the wrong guys, Brass said. His desk phone rang and Brass picked it up. Let me take this, he said. It's Vega out at Passion Lake. Grissom and Stokes talked while Brass spent about 2 minutes on the phone. When he hung up, he looked like a new man. Vega was interviewing the owner of a company that does drywall work in Passion Lake. He's got the name from the sign-in, sign-out sheet. The guy tells Vega that Bledsoe's case is getting too much attention and he wishes the cops would spend a little time solving the murder of one of his ex-employees. And that would be, Grissom asked. Mateo Espinoza, remember him? Yeah, otherwise known as Burn Guy, Grissom offered. Exactly. And you'll never guess where the company did a project a couple months ago, back when Espinoza was still on the payroll. Bledsoe's house? Right again. Burn guy helped replace some basement drywall. Suddenly the mood in the room changed. Let's go see Catherine, Grissom said. They found her at her desk, poring over reports from the Espinoza killing. What's up? She said. You need some assistance with the Bledsoe case? Grissom smiled in spite of himself. Well, actually, seems like you've been working on that case. We've been working on that case, too. You've been working on that case, too. Well, he just didn't realize it. He brought her up to speed. Big-time developer mixed up with a small-time hood, Willow said, ruminating. I don't see the connection. I was just looking over this guy's record. Brushes with the law, most of them involving petty theft, dating back 10 years. But nothing to suggest he'd try something of the scale of the Bledsoe robbery. Anything high profile in his record, Grissom said. Not unless you count high profile stupid. His biggest heist, if you want to call it that, was riffling through some woman's purse while working as a security guard at the Lucky Stakes Casino a year and a half ago. I talked to the chief of security there. He sent over the report. See what's going on with the chat. Jonathan says, I do remember at the start they talked about part of the house not looking right. Maybe we should go back and read that, see if it had to do with the drywall guy. What's interesting, the guy points out that the crown molding is wrong, right? And then he says he wouldn't have seen it. The molding was installed correctly up here. Down at the very start of the case, one of the guys says it's a crime how the molding is off. He's staring at the ceiling. And he says it's a crime. I was talking about that. Pointing towards the corner. See the crown molding joins? It's slightly uneven. In a house like that, that's a crime. So maybe that is related. Okay. So this guy who got burned up was rifling through a woman's purse while working as a security guard at the Lucky Stakes Casino. And they're sending over the report, which we're going to get to look at right here. So here's his termination report from the Lucky Stakes Casino. Subject, Mateo Espinoza, second shift security guard, first floor public areas. Reason for termination, theft. On 756, surveillance cameras caught Espinoza, who was on duty and in uniform, inspecting the contents of a tiger-striped clutch left unattended by a patron beside a slot machine in the Lido wing. He removed $38 in cash, which was found on his person when apprehended. The owner of the purse declined to press charges. LVPD not notified. Uniform, passkeys, and other resort property returned at time of termination. A slot machine for Lido wing. So that guy who got terminated, he's the guy that worked for Ace Security, who left a note that said, meet at that motel by the airport with the slot machine that never pays. So we don't know if it's related to that. Okay, here's Willow talking to Grissom. Talking about him being fired. How could he not know that he'd be filmed, Grissom asked. Didn't he notice all those cameras overhead? From what I've gathered, Mr. Espinoza wasn't much for brains, but he did get lucky on this occasion. The woman who owned that purse refused to press charges. Lucky guy, Grissom said. We need to get together at your earliest convenience and compare notes. I'll put together everything I've got, she said. There's a couple of tests pending that might be helpful. I'll see if I can move them along. Thanks, Grissom said. Brass walked into the room. Charlotte Bledsoe's on the phone. She wants to speak with you about her husband's case. Okay, Grissom said. I think I have some more questions for her, too. Grissom took the call in his office. Bledsoe, with minimal preamble, started speaking. Mr. Grissom, I've been told by some of my friends that you've arrested 3 people on charges concerning my husband's death, she said. I'm afraid whoever gave you that information was mistaken. Is it gonna turn out that the person he stole from is the wife? And that's how she made connection with this guy? So before I continue, though, let me just make sure I understand this. They found the robbers, and they've totally separated them from this crime. So they think they've just been chasing up a blind alley with the robbers. But now they have connected the burn guy. And how have they connected the burn guy? Just based on him doing a job in the Bledsoe house. That's how they've connected the burn guy to possibly being involved in this crime. But he's not very smart, and he's not been involved in murder or anything like that. But I wonder if it's going to turn out that our burn guy, who's been involved in some low-level robbery, got connected to the wife, and if the wife hasn't arranged this. Okay, so the wife is now called. She wants an update. She heard we arrested people, and he says, well, whoever gave you that information's mistaken. We've apprehended some individuals involved in the robberies at Passion Lake Preserve, but we do not believe they murdered your husband. One of them is a Passion Lake security guard. Is that correct? Well, your friends are very well informed, Grissom thought with irritation, and they talk too much. I'd prefer not to discuss the specifics of the case right now, he said. However, we do have another lead that would potentially be very useful. Are you familiar with the Mateo Espinoza? Bledsoe seemed to hesitate. I don't think so, she said. Who is he? He did drywall work for the company that remodeled your basement last summer. He quit about 2 months ago. He was found murdered on the same night as your husband. Do you have any recollection of him? Again, the silence on the other end of the line seemed to last a bit too long. Perhaps she was trying to remember the truth or formulate a lie. I'm afraid I can't help you, she finally said. I couldn't tell you the first thing about the people who maintain my home, let alone someone who formerly did maintenance on it. Good day, Mr. Grissom. I'll check back later. And she hung up. Which struck Grissom as odd. During their previous encounter, she'd been so persistent that he thought he might have to trigger the building's fire alarm system to escape her. This time, she couldn't wait to get off the line. And there was something in her voice after he told her that Espinoza was dead, just a bit of a tremble. Maybe she was angry, maybe it was something else. Okay, so we're going to connect her to Espinoza. She's going to be the woman he stole from in the casino. And then she hooked up with him and hired him to kill her husband. Either way, Charlotte Bledsoe suddenly seemed like a far more interesting person. Brass stopped by the offices of Bledsoe Homes on a fishing expedition. He wanted to talk to Mel Bledsoe's assistant, Drew Lazaron. The company's headquarters occupied one of the upper stories of a glass-swathed high-rise just north of the Strip. The lobby brimmed with contemporary-looking leather furniture, and the walls were painted with a shade of light green that had been everywhere a few years back. The receptionist's desk was a brass and blonde wood rampart that floated in the middle of the space like a rowboat on a pond. Behind it on the wall were the words, "Bledsoe Homes, we're building the future for you." It all smacked of irrational exuberance. Brass figured the view from the lobby, surrounded on two sides by floor-to-ceiling windows, must be spectacular at night. Just now, however, the late afternoon sun revealed mostly the nondescript rooftops of casinos. It all looked rather tawdry. But then, so do a lot of places and things, and people, if you shine a bright enough light on them. His reverie was interrupted when Lazarin walked into the lobby. Her colorful outfit teased the boundaries of the term workplace acceptable. Everything on her body, from her fluorescent green blouse to her rhinestone pumps, had likely come from a vintage second-hand boutique. Under different circumstances, she might have looked pretty. But today, she looked tired and stressed. "Detective Brass," she said, "will you come back to my office?" Brass followed her through the carpeted sanctum of Bledsoe Homes, one of a handful of the city's high-end developers to survive the housing bust. But that had been before the boss's death. The detective noticed that at least half of the cubicles he passed were empty. Color pictures of the company's past triumphs hung on every bit of available wall space. They were housing developments with names like Golden Mountain Meadows and Roycewood Estates. Lazarin led him to a small office located next to a much larger one with a closed, locked door. It was, of course, Bledsoe's. LVPD had already gone over the place with tweezers. The two sat down in a pair of chairs on the far side of Lazarin's desk. "So how's business these days?" Brass asked. "Well, not good before," Lazarin said. "Worse now." "And who's running the show?" "Well, there are several minority partners, but Mr. Bledsoe was the undisputed leader. He was the only reason we kept afloat in this horrible market. Now we've got 3 people trying to take his place. All the while, the entire operation sinks beneath them. Just between you and me and the bankruptcy lawyers, I don't think we'll keep the doors open much longer." Brass looked around her office. There were several filled, sealed cardboard boxes sitting discreetly in one corner. A couple of shelves in the bookcase behind her desk had been emptied. "Why do you hang around?" Brass said. "Well, they pay me," Lazarin said. "So far, in all the confusion, no one's realized that a dead man doesn't need a personal assistant. Till they do, I'm happy to let them subsidize the search for my next job." "What exactly did you do for Mr. Bledsoe? Secretarial work?" Lazarin smiled. "Oh, it was a little bit more complex than that," she said. "I hold an accounting degree, and I helped him on occasion with the number crunching associated with his business. It wasn't his forte. We know, because he's not good with numbers." "Oh, that must have been difficult for him," Brass said. "I understand he liked to play things close to the vest." "Well, you're absolutely right, but number crunching wasn't his thing. He had to have help, and I gave it to him." "Well, then perhaps you could answer some questions about his financial situation. Mrs. Bledsoe said her husband was involved in several lawsuits. Could you elaborate on that?" "Well, in this field, you're always involved in lawsuits. Just now, there are 2 cases pending against us from subcontractors, people whom we retain to work on various projects. But if you want the details, you'll have to go through our legal counsel. I'm not trying to be evasive. I just don't know the particulars." "Well, we'll talk to them," Brass said. "Also, did Mr. Bledsoe ever mention a man named Mateo Espinosa?" Lazarin's eyes grew slightly wider. "Name is familiar," she said. "Did Mrs. Bledsoe say she knew him?" "No," Brass said. "Should she?" Lazarin got up, closed the door to her office, and returned to her desk. "It's interesting." "Well, if she doesn't remember him, she must not have been very good in bed." "Then, if she doesn't remember him, then he must not have been very good in bed," she said. "They had an affair." "Says who?" "Oh, said Mr. Bledsoe. He seemed to know all about it." Brass sat back in his chair, taking a moment to process the discovery. He'd conducted hundreds, perhaps thousands of these so-called fishing expeditions over the course of his career. The key was to have low expectations. Most people want to help, but they just don't know anything, so you cast your line and it comes up empty again and again. But now here he was, reeling in a catch of a lifetime. It was immediately suspicious. How do you know about this? Brass asked. Well, Mr. Bledsoe mentioned it once, and only once. I think he just found out. He seemed very, very rattled by it. How so? Well, because he didn't share details of his private life. Not ever. But one day I walked into his office and found him staring at his laptop computer. He'd gone completely white. I asked what was wrong, and he said he'd caught his wife having an affair. And I asked him when, and he said, oh, just now. What did he mean by that? Well, he said he had internet access to the monitoring system in his house. Occasionally he'd log on and go from camera to camera. This time, he said he happened to catch his wife doing the drywall guy in one of the upstairs bedrooms. What else did he say? Nothing. That was it. I think if I'd come in 5 minutes later after he'd had a chance to gather himself, he wouldn't have mentioned it at all. He was that kind of person, kept things to himself. What did you say? What could I say? I just sat there with a dumb look on my face. Later, we both pretended it never happened. He never spoke of it again. Mrs. Bledsoe said that her husband was supposed to accompany her last weekend on a trip, but that he canceled it at the last moment. Did he say why? Well, not to me. But I do remember seeing a copy of their prenuptial agreement in his briefcase. I have no idea why he'd want that unless what? Well, Charlotte was Mr. Bledsoe's third wife, so I'm sure he had a very tight agreement. Maybe he wanted to look it over before serving her with divorce papers, Brass asked. You said it, not me, Lazarin responded. Had he told her he wanted a divorce? I don't know, except for the spy camera incident, which was mostly a matter of my being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I usually wasn't privy to what he did after hours, unless a thoughtful look crossed her face. Unless he told her just before the trip, she offered. Maybe that's why they didn't go away together. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Brass regarded Lazarin appraisingly for a moment. He let her words hang in the air for a second or two longer, then seemed comfortable. Perfect sense, he finally said. He's a little suspicious that she's just feeding him this information on a plate. Perfect sense, he finally said. Thank you for your time. All right. And we've got some evidence here that looks interesting. Let's see if we're told where it comes from before we look at it. Later, at CSI headquarters, Brass joined with Grissom, Willows, Stokes, and Vega. They tried to put their two cases together. Your chat with Lazarin proved helpful, Willows said. Brass nodded. Yeah, she gave us the soap opera angle between Charlotte Bledsoe and Matteo Espinoza. And she also, by accident, revealed that she's got a gambling problem. Grissom perked up. How so? Brass produced an evidence bag containing the pieces of stationery. I took this on impulse. She told me these were lucky numbers, but when I started asking about her gambling habits, she became very uncomfortable. We weren't told about this. This is stuff that happened behind the scenes from us. I guess he's taken this from her. She accidentally revealed she'd got a gambling problem. He produced an evidence bag, pieces of stationery. I took this on impulse. She told me these were lucky numbers, but when I started asking about her gambling habits, she became very uncomfortable. And she shredded this right in front of me. I fished it out of her trash. Grissom took the bag. The weirdness just keeps coming, he said. Well, we'll put it back together and see if it tells us anything interesting. What makes you think she has a gambling problem? Well, I don't know if it has anything to do with Bledsoe. Probably it doesn't, but I've seen this sort of thing before. She said she used to gamble, but when I asked how long she'd been clean, she gave me a speech about how she didn't have a problem. Never had a problem, couldn't imagine having a problem. Yeah, she's got a problem, Stokes said. My thoughts exactly, Grissom said. You should run a background check. Already done, Brass said. No record. Or maybe nobody's caught her doing anything yet, Stokes said. Well, this is all very interesting, but unless we can develop some tangible connection between Mrs. Miss Lazaren's theoretical gambling difficulties in this case, it's beside the point, Grissom said. What do we have that's a bit more germane to the issue? Brass sighed heavily and rubbed his eyes. Well, first and foremost, I think we're getting soft, he said. Someone came very close to waltzing this whole mess right past us. If it hadn't been for the owner of the drywall company, we never would have compared these two reports. Why would we? Vega offered. Why would a high-profile murder in a place like Passion Lake have anything to do with some unemployed guy getting capped halfway across town? Good question, Grissom asked, looking at Willow. She took the cue, producing a ballistics report and summarizing it for the group. We compared the slugs that killed Bledsoe with those we took out of Espinoza, she said. They came from the same 9mm pistol. The weapon hasn't been located, but Espinoza had a Glock Model 19 registered to him. It was his sidearm from when he worked as a casino security guard. Any physical evidence at Espinoza's place that might, in light of current developments, connect him with the Bledsoe crime? Grissom asked. Any trace of the stolen goods? Nothing, Willows said. Nothing except for the bling we found stuck to his chest. Dr. Robbins extracted it during the autopsy. The piece, after we bent it back into its proper shape, was found to be a simple 3/4 carat diamond on a hook. You could buy pretty much the same thing at any mall. Could it be his? Stokes asked. Before we continue, let's take a look at this stuff we found. So she shredded this in front of him, he says. Get it out of there. Really packed in well. For all we know, this has never been opened since 1990. All right, so some shredded piece of stationery that the personal assistant shredded in front of us is how concerned she was. So let us see if we can't reassemble it. And a bunch of numbers on that. So Holmes. Not exactly a challenge to reconstruct. We might want to make sure we check the oh, it's fully encrypted. There you go. There you go. It's fully encrypted. And there is our January, there's our months of the year on the left, right? January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. And a fully encrypted message. All right, so what have we got here? Every entry is encrypted and then has 2 4-digit numbers at the end. So 8 digits at the end look like they're in 2 groups. That one's not 4 digits. That one's not 4 digits, but 2 groups of numbers, it looks like. Maybe Swiss bank account numbers. Maybe amounts owed. Do we want to try to solve it? First of all, I'm just going to quickly see if there's anything on the back of these sheets we have to care about. No. Do we want to try to solve it? I suppose we could try to figure out the idea here. So let's get our haiku book and see if we can at least figure out the basis for solving it. If the game is going to solve it for us, which we don't know, maybe this will be the one thing that the game does not solve for us. Seems weird that the CSI people, he's like, I collected this, but they're not going to look at it, or they just haven't gotten to it yet. All right, so first of all, let me take a little screenshot of this in case we want to print it out and work on it. But let's see. So if we start with our first message, we're going to look up January in our book. So there's our January, and he's actually helped us by marking some stuff out. Okay, so the first thing to note is that the numbers here seem just verbatim the numbers here. So I wonder if this isn't just another, it's like a redundant way. If we didn't realize what this is for, this helps us. So February is going to say 1892 to 1927. 1892 to 1927. So the numbers at the end are totally irrelevant. They're just to help us if we weren't smart enough to figure out how this worked. Okay. Next off, well, what have we got here? These are just the letters that are the first letters of each word. T, C, H, F, A, T, C, H, F, A, S, I, E, E, S, S, I, T, E, S, A, L, T, A, L, T. So these aren't actually codes. This isn't actually an encrypted message. They've just transcribed the key that's also found in this booklet. So I believe what we're looking at here is an encryption key in two forms. This is the one that Bledsoe used, and this is the one that the secretary used. This is equivalent to this. It's a key that can be used to encrypt messages, but it's not actually an encrypted message in and of itself. So it sounds to me like the secretary and the boss both have a way of creating encrypted messages, but we haven't encountered any of those messages yet. All right, well, let's just put this aside. We don't really need this because it's the exact same information that we have in our haiku book, just in a different form. A little easier to use. In fact, that's the nice compact version of it. Maybe I will try to print that out for us. So we haven't yet seen the encrypted message that it uses, though. Okay. So let us go back. So I wonder what she is, what messages she was dealing with. Okay. So they're talking about Espinoza found with the jewel on his chest. She said, we reconstructed it. It was a simple 3/4 carat diamond on a hook. You could buy the same thing in any mall. Could it be his? Stokes asked. Well, his earlobes were burned off, so there's no way to tell if he was pierced, Willows said. However, the earring is almost certainly a woman's design, so probably not. Judging by its position, he could have been lying on it when he died. So does that mean that it belonged to a woman who killed him and he grabbed it from her as he was dying? We don't know. We can check it against the stuff taken from the Bledsoe home, Brass offered. For insurance purposes, they keep a careful inventory. There's photos of every piece from multiple angles. We should be able to match the cut of the rock if there's a match to be made. My gut tells me there isn't, Willow said. Like I said, this piece could have come from any mall. It would only set you back a couple $100. Not exactly Charlotte Bledsoe style. Anything else at Espinosa's place that seems helpful? Grissom asked. Nothing obvious, Willows continued. The house was scorched, but I did extract a hair sample from the shower drain. Willows handed over the terse analysis of the drain's contents to Grissom, who scanned it, frowning. His frown grew more pronounced as he progressed down the page. Genetic analysis shows the drain contains hair from 3 different people, Willows said, paraphrasing for the rest of the group. There's Espinosa, along with 2 unidentified persons, and some sort of animal hair. Hodges is working on it, but he's pretty sure it's feline. A cat? Stokes offered. Definitely a cat, Willows continued, but not a house cat. Well, if it isn't a house cat, then what? Brass said. Willows sighed deeply. Probably more like a tiger, she said. A tiger, Grissom said. He put down the piece of paper. And before we get onto this, here are the bullets found in the 2 bodies, all coming from the same gun. Although, boy, those firing pin indentations look very different, but maybe those don't end up being identical. Are they all same ammo? They don't look like they're from the same ammo. These are not same ammo, are they? Jonathan says there was the tiger striped purse. That's very good. That's a very good observation, Jonathan. Tiger striped purse. She had a purse made of real tiger. That's very good observation, Jonathan. So 3 in one victim, 2 in another. These look like different. These are different ammo, right? Isn't that weird? It's weird to me that they're different ammo. Okay. So a tiger, he put down the piece of paper and gazed off into the middle distance. I don't suppose anyone saw a tiger fleeing the scene with a bag of jewelry in its mouth, did they? Stokes asked, grinning. Willows shot him a weary look. Let's set that aside for the moment, Grissom said. Anything else interesting? What about the accelerant used to burn the place? Well, standard commercial lighter fluid, Willows said. We found the half-melted plastic container just inside the back door. No prints. The killer probably found it at the scene. There are traces of the same product on the charcoal grill in Espinosa's backyard. I was wondering if there was some unobtrusive way I could check the Bledsoe house for residue. Good luck with that, Vega said. Yesterday I was out at Passion Lake all day. There were 2 maid service vans in the Bledsoe driveway pretty much the whole time. Willa swore under her breath. God damn it. Well, that's a problem for us, but it's not necessarily suspicious, Stokes offered. Her husband's bled to death on the floor. I can't imagine a better reason to do some spring cleaning. I suppose so, Grissom said, but she's had a lot of people out here lately. security company, for instance. She just had to have those cameras removed as soon as possible. There's no logical reason for that. And here's a little CSI examination of the tiger hair. Human hair, tiger hair. I think Jonathan's right. I think it's a hair from Charlotte, the wife's purse. All right. So we don't have that much left, just a couple more pages left, but I guess we got to take a break here. All right. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Let's catch up on the channel a little bit. Which by that I just mean Jonathan. Jonathan spotted that there was a tiger striped purse that Espinoza was caught stealing from, but we think that's probably Charlotte Bledsoe, and that puts the two of them together. But then Stacy's here too. Jonathan says, I said, but aren't we also suspicious of the assistant? And Jonathan says, yes, especially since she could use the boss's computer to spy through the cameras at his house. We also don't know what codes the Bledsoe was keeping track of and why the secretary has a copy of them. Were they the codes to his safe? She has a copy. She's certainly telling us that he may have wanted to divorce the wife. That would be a good reason to break in. Maybe you steal the prenup and the jewelry if you're the wife. We don't really know a good motive for the secretary. Although if the secretary is we don't really have a good motive for the secretary. All right, so then they're suspicious of the wife. Why was she getting everything clean and having the cameras removed so quickly? No logical reason, Stokes said, but it's still understandable from a certain point of view. If she really did have an affair, and if her husband caught her by using video surveillance, she probably wasn't too fond of that gear. Plus, having the house wired like that is creepy. Grissom could sense that the meeting was veering off into the weeds. There was too much conjecture based on too little information. I don't see how Charlotte Bledsoe could have done this, Stokes said. The timing is too tight. But if she did do it, we'll find traces of the accelerant all over her car's interior. We might even get gun residue off the steering wheel. Willows looked at Grissom. There's no way we're obtaining a search warrant for her vehicle based on this, he said, but perhaps we don't need it. Charlotte Bledsoe calls pretty regularly asking for updates. I'll invite her to drop by. He turned to Catherine. Can you spare some people to go over her car? And what about a search warrant? I'm pretty sure that after we talk, we won't need one. Do you want me to sit in? Ordinarily, yes, but in this case, I'm going to try something unorthodox, Grissom said. If it fails, I'd prefer to have as few witnesses as possible. However, I would like to ask for your help with something else. Remember how you wanted to check the Bledsoe house for signs of accelerant on the floor? Of course. Well, you don't have to bother. We brought the rug that Mel Bledsoe died on back with us, and if I recall correctly from looking at the home surveillance tapes, Charlotte Bledsoe walked right across it. On my way, Willow said as she turned and vanished down the hallway. Less than an hour after speaking to Grissom on the phone, Charlotte Bledsoe was back at CSI headquarters. Grissom was informed of her arrival by an officer posted on the building's garage. She was driving the silver Mercedes SL-class Roadster that she'd left at the airport when she went on her spa trip. It was, of course, the same vehicle she'd driven home, with perhaps a stop en route, on the night of the murders. Grissom, along with Brass, led her not to his office, but into an interrogation room, the same one in which Kevin Williams had recently spilled his guts. Brass noted that she betrayed no concern about the change of setting. She seemed not to grasp its significance. What have you learned? She asked Grissom. What couldn't you tell me over the phone? Grissom passed his right hand through his hair and adopted a studied look of unease. He was trying to do something that didn't come naturally. Act as if he wasn't sure what to do next. He needed to look inside Charlotte Bledsoe's vehicle. And because he didn't have enough evidence for a warrant, he needed to talk her into volunteering. not an easy job. Let's see how he does it. It's something of a personal matter, he said softly. I thought that, considering the subject, we might want to speak in person, so that we can clear this up quickly without there being any chance of, unflattering publicity, Brass chimed in. Bledsoe looked from Grissom to Brass, seemingly at a loss. What are you talking about? She said. Grissom adopted a perfectly executed sorry to trouble you smile. Well, during our investigation, someone stated that you were having, well, I guess there's no delicate way of saying it. They said you were seeing Mateo Espinosa. Bledsoe's expression darkened. Who said that? I'm afraid we can't reveal the source, Brass offered, but since Espinosa died on the same night as your husband, I'm afraid we need to discuss the matter. Can you please tell us about your relationship with him? Specifically, how you met and how long you were together. I don't know what you're talking about, Bledsoe spat. I've never spoken to anyone named Espinosa. Grissom leaned back in his chair and sighed. If you truly want to help with this investigation, Brass said, then you need to answer truthfully. So far, this link between you and Espinosa is our only possible lead. Bledsoe's eyes grew wide. Are you accusing me of being involved? She said. Well, we're not accusing you of anything, Grissom said. We simply want to establish as many facts as possible. And your denying a relationship isn't helping. You understand what we do here, right? Excuse me? Bledsoe said. We go over crime scenes with a fine-tooth comb, extracting clues that most laymen wouldn't even realize were clues. Like, for example, hair samples. Even though a large portion of Espinosa's house burned down, our people were still able to remove some significant hair samples. Using DNA matching, we learned that although most of it was Espinosa's, at least one of the subsets was from a woman. What does that prove? Bledsoe asked. I won't bother you with details of how we match these hairs to their owners. I will if you wish, but can't you spare me the trouble and just tell us what you know? Brass worked hard to keep from smiling. It was a daring gambit. So they're pretending that they got her hair in there, but not saying it. They're being a little deceitful. Bledsoe sat quietly for a long moment. In the silent room, Grissom imagined he could hear the wheels turning in her head. All right, she said, but you must promise me that this information doesn't get to the press. If it isn't relevant to the case, it won't get out, Grissom said. Now, please enlighten us. Bledsoe sighed and then flicked something off the lapel of her jacket. Probably a little tiger hair. She stared at the surface of the metal table in front of her. She was still staring at it when she started speaking. Well, I don't usually do this sort of thing, she said in a quiet monotone. I'm happily married. Or happy enough. It was several months ago. I was coming home from shopping, and as I walked in the house, this man, one of the guys remodeling our basement, he gouged his hand on a nail. I offered to help him dress the wound. Did I ever mention that in my previous life, back before I married Mel, I was a nurse? No. Please continue. Well, I took him to the downstairs guest bathroom and cleaned and bandaged his hand, Bledsoe said, and that was how we met. What happened then? Grissom asked. Well, nothing at first, Bledsoe responded. As I said, I have a good marriage, but Mel wasn't around much, and his work made him extremely tense. So I began seeing Mateo. We would meet and talk, then one day we went upstairs. I see, Brass said. And how long did the relationship continue? I wouldn't dignify it with that term, Bledsoe responded. We met at the house only twice. After that, maybe 3 times at his squalid little place. Then I broke it off. Why? Brass asked. Because it was so unseemly. I was having a relationship with a day laborer. What if someone found out? Did your husband suspect? Grissom asked. No, Bledsoe said. She didn't elaborate. I see, Grissom said. And so how did you end it? I told him one day that I didn't want to see him anymore, and he didn't seem to mind. Right after that, he stopped coming around. I understand he quit his job. After that, I never saw him again. All right, Grissom said. You say your husband didn't know. Would you care to reconsider that? Bledsoe finally looked up from the table. Mel didn't know. I ended the affair myself. Your husband never said a word about it? Grissom asked. How could he? Bledsoe said. The man lived at his office. He didn't have eyes in the back of his head. Brass looked at Grissom. Just a couple more questions. Why did you risk meeting Mr. Espinoza at your home when you knew about the security cameras? Bledsoe seemed genuinely nonplussed by the question. Why would that matter? She said. We never got together when Mel was actually home. I was stupid, but not that stupid. Yes, but with his internet connection, he could access the cameras from his laptop, Grissom said. What? Bledsoe asked. Yeah, all he had to do was type in an access code and he could peek from any place, Brass explained. A vivid spectrum of emotions burst across Bledsoe's face. They came and went as fast as summer thunderstorms. Grissom thought he saw surprise, then anger, then shame, finally resignation. He never said anything about that to me, she finally said in a quiet voice. I never knew. Perhaps he did see you and Mr. Espinoza together, Brass offered. Maybe he was waiting for the right moment to tell you. Bledsoe's mouth formed a mirthless, tired smile. You don't know Mel, she said. He didn't wait to take people on. He just wasn't wired that way. Ask anyone. If someone crossed him, he confronted them. I think that's why he's dead now. When that person broke into our home, Mel should have called the police and hidden under the bed, but he didn't. If Mel had known about me and Mateo, he wouldn't have been coy. I'd be out on the street right now. All right, Grissom said. Then the only thing left to do is examine your vehicle for trace evidence. Evidence of what? Well, given your relationship with Espinoza, we need to check to make sure you weren't at the crime scene. If there's nothing to be found, then this particular matter can end here. Fine, Bledsoe said. She produced her key and handed it to Grissom. Which of you is going to call me a cab? Hours later, Grissom was sitting in Willow's office. Her desk was covered with freshly minted reports. There's a comment in the chat. Let's see what I'm supposed to alert to. Jesse, could the 12 codes from the haiku could be an access code for the 12 cameras? I think that's exactly right. I don't know if it's 12 codes for 12 cameras. I would think of it differently. It's a revolving code. Every month, the code changes. So you need the updated code for each month of the year. And I think we are looking at the codes to access his security cameras. The assistant has copied them down. It's the assistant that can access his security cameras. And I think what we're learning from the wife is that I don't think the husband ever did catch the wife having an affair. I think the assistant has made that up to frame the wife, maybe. But I think what we've got with those codes is it's not a code for each camera. It's a security code to access his internet, to check the cameras. It revolves each month. So that's what that 12-month list of codes is. But I think it's exactly right. I think we now have proof that that the assistant, Lazarin, had access to his security cameras. All right, so she says, who's going to call me a cab? And now Willow's giving us the report. We found a hairbrush in the glove compartment. The hair matches with one of the female sets from the drain, so that puts her at the house. Okay, Grissom said, so we've got physical evidence for the part of the relationship she admits to. Anything else? No accelerant residue, no sign of gun residue in the vehicle. Figures. According to a receipt in the glove compartment, the car was detailed yesterday, but that could account for the lack of physical evidence. But we found plenty on the rug that Mel Bledsoe died on. It's covered with traces of the accelerant. So we have her, Grissom said, or at least enough to justify a search warrant of her house. Let's call a judge, Willow said. When the CIS returned to the Bledsoe house, they did so in force, 3 black SUVs plus 2 marked cars from the regular LVPD. They didn't expect trouble. There was just a lot of territory to cover. I'm beginning to hate this place, Stokes said as he hopped out of his vehicle, field kit in hand. Willows patted him on the back. That's the spirit. You can hand Miss Bledsoe the search warrant. The expedition fulfilled all expectations. Charlotte Bledsoe was apoplectic. She made a phone call, and almost immediately a grim-faced attorney in a very expensive suit materialized at her side. As the CSIs combed the house, the two stood in a corner, whispering back and forth. Willows and Stokes paid particular attention to the home's entryway and living room, checking for accelerant residue and just perhaps traces of gun oil or powder on the surfaces that might have been touched. But it was obvious that the cleaning crew Bledsoe had hired had done an extremely thorough job. Upstairs, Grissom examined the master suite and Mel Bledsoe's adjoining home office. He was sitting at Bledsoe's desk when Brass walked in. "Find anything?" Brass asked. "No," he said absently, "and it bothers me. You said Drew Lazarin mentioned Bledsoe using a laptop to monitor the house. Did anyone recover one from his office?" "No," Brass said, "there wasn't one. And there's nothing here," Grissom said, "so either Mrs. Bledsoe did something with it, or perhaps it was stolen in the robbery." The two took the matter to a decidedly uncooperative Charlotte Bledsoe. Still fuming in the downstairs entryway, she was trying without success to reduce Catherine Willows to ashes by glaring at her. "This is unconscionable," she said to Grissom. "I have a question about your husband's laptop computer," Grissom replied. "Where might we find it?" "I wouldn't know," she said. "If it isn't here, then I assume it's at the office." "Did he leave it there often?" Grissom asked. Bledsoe thought for a moment. "No," she said. No, he didn't. As a matter of fact, he almost always had it with him. Especially lately. He even went so far as to lock it in the upstairs safe at night." A thorough search of the home's every nook and cranny turned up nothing of obvious use and no laptop. By late afternoon, the team was ready to call it a day. "All right," Grissom said during the ride back. "What have we got?" Brass drove the SUV while Grissom rode shotgun. Stokes and Willows sat dejectedly in the back seat. "Very little," Willows said. "The entryway and living room are squeaky clean. There are tests to run, but if they turn up anything useful, I'll be very surprised." "Same here," Stokes said. "Whenever I need to clean my McMansion, I'll definitely hire the people she used." "I'm worried about the laptop," Grissom said. "Espinoza might have grabbed it on the way out," Brass said. "It's light and it would be a lot easier to sell than the jewelry. Maybe he saw it on the desk and scooped it up." "Maybe," Grissom said. "But there was also an iPod on the desk, too. If he was going to get grabby, why not take that? Why bother with the computer?" "All after he'd just murdered someone," Brass said. "Maybe there was something on the computer that he or someone else wanted," Stokes said. "Maybe that's what he really came for." It was something to think about, but as usual, too much information-free conjecture bothered Grissom. "Interesting idea," he said, "but let's concentrate on what we've got. We know Charlotte Bledsoe had an affair with Espinoza. We know Espinoza and Mel Bledsoe were killed with the same weapon. We know that Charlotte Bledsoe, or someone, tracked traces of the accelerant used to burn down Espinosa's house all over the rug upon which Mel died. And that's pretty much it, Brass said. Not enough to make a strong case. Plus, there are other questions, Stokes said. Which are? Grissom asked. First and foremost, what does a tiger have to do with any of this? Grissom, Brass, and Willows laughed. And why was Mel always reading haiku? Brass and Willows laughed again. Grissom didn't. Instead, a thoughtful look crossed his face. I'd like to take a look at that book again, he said. All right, so before we continue reading, because this is our last page, let's try to sum up a little bit of our theory now. Okay, so first of all, we thought this haiku book was for encrypting codes. It's quite wrong. It's not for encrypting a message. It's what he used to set, I believe, what we're learning now, it's what he used to set his internet password to. So every month he would change his password. He used a formula to decide what phrase, what letters to use for the password each month. He kept it on him since he would never remember it. We have caught the secretary with a copy of them. That's important. The other piece that we were just reading that's clearly important is that the murder weapon of Mel Bledsoe is the same as the murder weapon of Mateo. And the accelerant used to burn down Mateo's house is found at the crime scene on the rug. And I do want to point out that we've got the photos showing the assistant walking across that rug. The wife is walking on the rug, but the assistant walks in and then the assistant is escorted out. And I think we're told a little bit about her coming in, but it would be nice. I guess I need a little bit of reminder at some point about when Mateo was killed, what time of night. Somehow I'm jumping to the conclusion that Mateo was the one that broke in and shot him with a size 12 shoe, and then that someone has gone and killed Mateo to shut him up. But I wonder if that's completely accurate or if that's just me jumping to conclusion. A size 12 male shoe, though, is pretty big. It's certainly not going to be the secretary's shoe, so it feels like Mateo did the killing for someone and then someone killed Mateo to keep him quiet. So let's read our last page and then we can talk more about it. He says, I'd like to take a look at that little book again. Back at the office, Grissom put on a pair of gloves and carefully examined the blood-spattered book of haiku he was looking at and for nothing in particular. Grissom tried to divine what a person like Bledsoe saw in such spare, contemplative words. Handwritten notes in the margins suggested that Bledsoe had assigned months to 12 of the haiku, but why? Grissom recognized the August poem as one of the most famous and enigmatic haiku of all time. Its author was the 7th century master named Matsuo Basho. Old pond, a frog jumps, the sound of water. Grissom parsed through the words. As he did so, he found his mood changing. Thinking about the old pond, the frog in the water seemed to help him focus. Some of the day's stress fell away. He took a moment and read through some of the other works, perhaps just perhaps, but so kept this book around because it helped him to focus. Surely there were stranger things than a man beset by troubles on every side, taking solace from the written word, except Grisham just did not buy it. He closed the book, returned it to its evidence bag, and pulled off his gloves. Then, on impulse, he sat back in his chair and closed his eyes. The sounds of the busy office receded. Grissom imagined a pond, imagined the sound of water, imagined a frog jumping and disrupting the still mirror-like surface. He thought about how one tiny event could alter the shape of the entire body of water. Just as one new fact or one old, ignored fact seen from a different perspective could alter an entire case. Grissom sat up and opened his eyes. The chaotic world returned. He picked up his phone and called Brass. "I just had an idea," he said. And then it says, "Crime scene, do not cross the solution." Okay. So I don't know if it means this is part of the solution or not, but it says, "It's time to put your detective skills to the test. Before turning the page, use the evidence recovered throughout this investigation to answer the following questions. Who killed Melvin Bledsoe and why? Who killed Mateo Espinosa and why? What is the significance of the haiku book, and why was tiger hair recovered at the crime scene?" Okay. So I'd like to hear from the audience, but I've got a gut. My gut feeling is that it's the secretary, that the secretary has met Mateo when he tried to rob her purse. And the secretary has spotted the wife having an affair. But what is the secretary's motive? All right, let's make it simpler. The simpler explanation is that the wife is lying. The wife says that she met this guy when he worked on their house, but really she met him in the She met him at the casino when he robbed from her, and she set this whole thing in motion. I guess it sort of depends on who you believe. We believe the book is the internet access code so you could check on his house. So one option is what the secretary said, that the husband saw the wife having an affair. He planned to divorce her. He confronted her about it. The wife runs to the Mateo, has him rob the house, and then kills him. Has Espinosa kill the husband, and then she kills the Espinosa when she visits him. But she doesn't, that seems a little far-fetched. Like, or maybe another way to say it is I sort of believe her when she says the husband never confronted her. She says the husband never confronted her. She seems genuinely surprised that he might have known about the affair. And she seems happily married. She tells us the husband said something's come up at work. Chat says, can we look at the beginning when it talked about the call coming in for Mateo? I thought they acted like the calls came in around the same time. That would almost make it sound like Mateo was killed first. Sure. I feel like my working theory now is that the husband caught the assistant, that Bledsoe caught the assistant spying on him or something and was going to have her fired. And she, in desperation, had to have him killed. It's not a great motive, though. Now let's go back a little bit. That little ending seemed to suggest to us that there might be a little detail that would crack this case wide open if we can only pick it up. Okay, so they're looking, the case opens with them at the scene. Fireplace poker, 911 call, shot in the chest. Okay, so there's confirming there's a wall scaling the entire development. The wife is conveniently out of town. They found the 12-foot shoe. I think that's because Matteo got himself in and killed him. All right, so he's wearing his iPod. He broke in, he killed him, he goes upstairs, he knows how to open the safe. Also, the secretary would know that he didn't arm it, right? The secretary could tell the killer, hey, I'm logged in, I can see it's not armed. Okay, I just want to read this part about the assistant. The wife has an alibi. Okay, no one can help us if that's what you mean. Apparently she was at baggage. She just flew in and came straight to the house, the wife. That would make it hard for the wife to kill Matteo if this is true. Okay, now he tells us about someone else. Shortly after Bledsoe's wife left, we had another visitor, a woman named Drew Lazaron. She was his assistant. How did she get word? They contacted her right after the killing was discovered to get a phone number. They didn't explain why. So she said she stopped by the house to see if she could help. Did you speak to her? When she saw what had happened, she became agitated, almost to the point of incoherency, really chewing on the scenery. Good mistress material. What did you make of her? Good mistress material. I wonder if she was having an affair with Bledsoe. I cut her loose. All right. And then we talk to the guard who sees the 3 shots. Lies about it. Here's our photos. Okay, if I suspect her, is that the tiger purse? There's the tiger purse. There's the tiger purse. We found it. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. All right, so here's the highlight of the whole evening. The highlight of our whole case. Our suspicion about the assistant. We have now spotted the one piece of evidence we needed to click everything into place. That's what we needed. That's the one piece of evidence, the cincher. Look at how clever that is in terms of little piece of evidence. Like, you can't even see it with your naked eye. If I look at this, I can't see it. Where's my glasses? Let me see if with my reading glasses I could spot it. Yes, with my reading glasses I could spot it. So once again, you need glasses when you play these games, or you need my wonderful zooming cubes code that lets us zoom right in. But boy, did we catch her. Why is get in the good camera? So there you have it. So what have we got now? We still wanted to check about when Matteo died, but what's our story now? Our story is that the assistant knows Matteo first from several years ago. She hooked up with him. Maybe she's been planning this for a while before he got fired from his job. She knows him. Maybe they're related, or maybe they're having an affair. Either way, I guess they're having an affair. Does she set this whole thing up? Does she tell him he has to seduce her, seduce the wife? We still don't have a great motive for all this. Maybe she's embezzling money. Maybe that's it. She's embezzling money. And he figured it out. Remember that when we talked to the wife and she says, why didn't he come on the trip? I think that's what's happened. I think the secretary has been embezzling money. And the husband has just found out about it. Let's find out what the wife said. And then we're going to read more about the burned guy. So let me find the wife here. Okay, here she is going away to a spa. You went to a 2-day spa. Why didn't he go to the spa? She says, I was packing. He called from the office. Something very important had come up and he needed to stay in town. He was adamant. Did he tell you what it was? He's been in one legal dispute after another. They've sued him for breach of contract. She says, no, they wouldn't sue us for that. Mel mentioned that the problem he was working on was a security issue. I assumed he was talking about his office, but he might have meant the break-ins. And she tells us about the 2 other robberies. So I think that the secretary is involved in some financial shenanigans. Maybe she helped encourage these 2 robbers. Maybe she's embezzling money. I think Bledsoe has just this weekend figured it out, and he confronted her. And that's when she realized she has to have him killed and steal the laptop and the evidence. So I think that's it. Now, is she trying to, and then she's trying to put all the blame on the wife. All right, now, Jonathan had a question about when was Matteo killed? Let's see if we can lock that down. So he's talking to Willow. Remember that she may have been the alibi, the driver, escape driver of the guy who broke in, and then she took his gun and killed him. That's how I'm reading it. Okay. You want to hear about Burn Guy? Burn Guy was a corpse found in an incinerated house in a low-rent neighborhood. The call for CSI assistance with that case had arrived pretty much the same moment as the Bledsoe alert. That's why they split up. Okay, so basically, we don't know exactly the order because they don't have a time. They don't give us a time of the fire for some reason. But look, we know it was late at night that they uncovered this photograph of the scene of the crime, of the burn. So I think it seems very consistent that what we've got is that Mateo Espinoza broke into the house with his size 12 shoes, killed our guy, stole the laptop using the safe code that the assistant knows from watching the cameras, recovered it, was driven away by the assistant, for all we know, to Mateo's house, where she kills him. And who would have the cheap jewelry? The assistant, which he's clutching, that he grabbed off her ear, and is clutching as he's dying. So I think it's cut and dry here. Seems pretty cut and dry to me. And I think we have our last issue that we were struggling with, which was motive. And I think we now know our motive. I mean, I at least a hypothesis of motive, that Mel Bledsoe has caught his assistant embezzling. She says she helps him with money. She helps him do the books because he's not good with numbers. We know that. So I think what we've got here is she's embezzling and she got caught and she had to get rid of him before he could turn her in. And the secretary, we know, has a copy of the security codes to get access to the cameras. At least that's our conclusion from this recording of the password, which we believe is the password. I think that's the most sensible explanation. That tells us how she got access to the cameras, how she would know that he's around to kill, how she would know the security cameras are off, how she would know the combination to the safe. All right, I think what we should do now is we should have our last break a little bit early. We'll take our last break here. We've been on the air for a little over 4 hours. We'll have our last break, full 8-minute break. We'll read the solution and then we'll jump right into our discussion of the game. If you have any thoughts about the game, you might want to write them down so we can talk about it afterwards. And if you have any disagreements or unresolved issues or things you want to look up before we try to solve the case, you've got 8 minutes to figure them out. And I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back, ready to solve this case. The one thing that I wonder if we shouldn't check again is, I guess there is actually a couple pieces of evidence we could check again. Meet me at that motel by the airport. Now look, she's got writing on it, and we've got her writing of the codes. I wonder if we couldn't match her. I shouldn't have collected this. Now I realize we've got fingerprint sample of hers. Not fingerprint, I mean handwriting sample. I wonder if we can't catch her, confirm it's her handwriting on this note. What do you think about that idea? On the other hand, meet at the motel. This could be Charlotte. Charlotte's note. It wouldn't surprise us. I guess if we can match it to this handwriting, then we know it's the secretary. If we can't, if we match it to Charlotte's handwriting, then it doesn't mean the secretary didn't do it. But let's take a look at this. Can we line it up? We've got numbers. So if you were trying to, I guess we got numbers and letters. Let's see. Look for anything that seems very distinctive. I mean, the 4 is pretty distinctive because it doesn't have a cross in it. Like it's not, the 4 part hasn't crossed through the upper vertical. That seems fairly distinctive. The 6 is at quite an angle. That 6 part is off to the northeast. It's fairly consistent. The 4s are again a bit consistent. All of the writing is angled upper left. I wouldn't say for sure we have a match of that. Anything else jump out as being very distinctive? I mean, she's writing script here. She's got lots of weird looking A. Wow, look at how weird her A's are. Look at how weird that A is. It's almost like reversed. Unfortunately, everything here is capitalized. So we can't match that up. It's a bit of a shame. The closest we can do is the numbers, and I would say the numbers are consistent but not definitive. Jonathan says, doesn't really look the same to me. You don't think the 4, 6, and 7s are the same? It's not definitive one way or the other, but I guess the problem is that it doesn't really make a difference to us. Because if it was Charlotte's handwriting, it's about having an affair. No surprise there. If it's the secretary's handwriting, that would help us. But the fact that it's not doesn't change our theory. Okay, anyway, so there was that. Was that this one here? And then I think there was something else I thought of to look at. We found the photo. That was important. This is the guy found stealing from the purse. Tiger striped clutch. Left unattended. That's where we think they met. There's our turned in sheet. Bullet casing solution. I thought there was one more piece of evidence that might be relevant. Oh yeah, I thought maybe we'd look at this for any sign that the secretary came. But we've got the drywall coming in to a nearby place, and we're told they did work in the basement. That's it. Nothing else of interest or relevance to us. All right, so I'm putting this away. Do we have our theory? Is there anything about our theory that feels incomplete, Jonathan? Or anyone else? If there's anyone else watching, does anyone disagree with the theory? Does anyone think there any holes to be solved in the theory? Could it be that the wife and the secretary are teamed up? Not really. The secretary really tries to shift blame onto the wife. Do we need to reread the secretary's? Maybe we should skim through what the meeting with the secretary were, how that went, because that seemed like, if that's our suspect, this is something we often do in these cases. When we find our suspects, then before we pull the trigger on them, metaphorically speaking, we like to reread or refocus on them for a second. So let's see that. We go to the headquarters. She's all decked out in her vintage stuff. We know the company's in trouble, about to close down. From here, you can see all the casinos. She walks in, fluorescent green. Everything came from a vintage secondhand boutique. She might have looked pretty. She was tired and stressed. We go back to her office. Okay. How's business? Not good. She says there's minority partners. He was the leader. Now that he's gone, it's going to go into trouble. She's got her boxes all packed up, ready to go. They still pay me. What did you do? She says, I have an accounting degree. I helped him crunching numbers because it wasn't his forte. This is what leads me to believe she was doing embezzling. Number crunching wasn't his thing. He had to have help. I gave it to him. You're always getting involved in lawsuits. You'll have to go through legal. I don't know the particulars. Okay, so we mention, hey, did he ever mention Mateo Espinoza? Her eyes go wide. She says, the name's familiar. So she's lying already because we believe her tiger striped fur is in his house. And then she tries to get information out of us. Did Miss Bledsoe say she knew him? No. Should she? She takes a moment to compose herself. And then she says they had an affair. And then he says, wow, he's now struck gold. How do you know about it? And she says he mentioned it. He was rattled, staring at his laptop. She asked why. He told him. She says it's very unlike him. She admits that he logged in and got it. He never spoke of it again. The wife says he's not the kind of person to not confront her. If he had found this, he would have confronted her. It's a good point. Like, why would he not confront her? Although the secretary offers us an excuse, she says he probably was checking his prenup. But that was a long time ago, right? One day. Surely he would have confronted her and done something about it if it was long in the past that this happened. She says, Miss Bledsoe said her husband was supposed to accompany her, but he canceled. Did he say why? Not to me. She tries to lay the blame on the wife. Now, I remember seeing a copy of the prenup in his briefcase, and she's like leading him by the nose to think that he wanted to divorce her. You said it, not me. And then, unless he told her just before the trip, maybe that's why they didn't go. That would make sense. perfect sense. Thank you for his time. And then he says how, like, she's feeding it to him. It's always suspicious. I don't think I read this part. I think we might have further. He rose to go, glancing at Lazarin's desk as he did so. His eyes fell on what appeared to be a piece of company stationery containing rows of nonsensical letters and numbers. We saw these, but I don't remember reading this part. Wait, did we skip this whole page? I'm not sure we read this page. We better read this again. I don't think we read this. Lazarin seemed what's that? He asked. Lazarin seemed unsettled, and he'd noticed the page. She picked it up and made a great show of studying it. However, it was obvious she already knew what it was. She just wanted a moment to consider her reply. Oh, it's just something from my past. I used to gamble a bit, and I like to collect lucky numbers. I'd get them from anywhere. Phone numbers I saw in TV commercials, random strings I saw in company reports, places like that. Only none of them were all that lucky, if you know what I mean. We never read this. I missed this key important part. Brass knew exactly what she meant. Over the years, he'd seen more cases of gambling addiction than he could recall, so many that it no longer surprised him when he learned that a captain of industry or social scion or a respected business person or even a cop got into trouble for lingering too long in front of felt-covered tables. Where did these particular digits come from, he asked. Lazarin studied the page again. She seemed to struggle to remember. Either that or she was pretending to struggle. Oh, I don't know. It could have been anywhere. Of course. How long have you been clean? Lazarin seemed taken aback. Clean? Oh, it was never like that. I didn't even have an addiction, if that's what you're implying. It was just a stupid thing to do, a stupid way to lose a lot of money, so I quit, that's all. For the second time in their conversation, Lazarin managed to surprise Brass. Nobody just got over a gambling addiction, just like nobody gets over hepatitis or schizophrenia. You couldn't get better without some sort of intervention. You might go into remission, but you couldn't get better. How much did you lose? Brass asked. Lazarin shot him a wary look. She clearly didn't like the direction the conversation had taken. Enough to make it painful, she replied. Then she picked up the piece of paper, so maybe she owed money because she's gambling it all away, another reason she'd have to embezzle. Then she picked up the piece of paper and ran it through the shredder next to her desk. So, that's the end of that, Lazarin said triumphantly. One more link to my sordid past severed. Now I'm afraid I have to get back to work, or rather packing. Is there anything else I can do for you, Detective? Stay in town, Brass said. We might want to talk to you again, particularly about this situation between Espinosa and Mrs. Bledsoe. He rose once more to leave, then hesitated. There's one more thing. Would you mind if I used your telephone before I go? My cell died on the car ride over. Lazarin smiled. Dial 9 for an outside line. I'm going to get a cup of coffee. Would you like one? No, thank you, Brass said. He picked up the phone, waited until she had walked a safe distance, and set it down again. Then he leaned to examine the shredder's wastebasket. He was in luck. The only thing it contained was the demolished remains of the sheet of stationery. He reached inside the wastebasket, fished out the scraps, then put them in his coat pocket and left. All right, so for some reason, I skipped this entire page. We got these scraps. We were told about them, but we didn't hear how he got them. All right. Oops. All right, so we're going to read the solution now. Here we go. We have our theory. Drew Lazarin's honored Grissom's request to meet at her apartment, though she was curious as to why. I wanted to bring you up to date on the case, Grissom said when he arrived at her door the next morning. I thought that meeting someplace other than the office would be less distracting. Of course, Lazarin said. Please come in. I've got quite a bit of epilogue here. Okay. The living room's decor was consciously kitschy, right down to the big glass ashtrays and amoeba-shaped coffee table. Quite an interesting theme you've got here, Grissom said. I call it vintage Vegas. Lazarin said, I bought most of this stuff at estate auctions, also eBay. May I take your coat? Grissom surrendered his jacket. When Lazarin opened her closet door, he noticed a small purse on the shelf. It was strangely familiar to him. That's unusual, he said. Is it real? I honestly don't know. I bought it for the kitchen appeal. Don't really use it that much anymore. They walked together into Lazarin's smallish home office. She sat down behind the desk while Grissom took a chair in front, which told him a great deal. Rather than confront him face to face, she wanted something between them. Grissom was happy to let her feel a false sense of security. He already knew far more about her than she realized. As you probably learned from the news, Charlotte Bledsoe is now our primary suspect, he said. She had a sexual relationship with Mateo Espinoza. What isn't generally known is that we found traces of the accelerant used to burn Espinoza's house on a rug in the Bledsoe home. I see, Lazarin said. So you think she used Espinoza to rob the house, then killed him? Well, there's plenty of evidence that points in Mrs. Bledsoe's direction, but I'm not satisfied we have a solid case. You don't have enough to go on to trial? Oh, we could go to trial. We'd probably even win. Just not convinced we have the right person. Lazarin seemed to stiffen a bit. Why is that? Well, we took a hair sample at Espinoza's home. It contained hair from 2 women. One was Charlotte Bledsoe. The other is unidentified. It's red, but that's about all we can say at this point. I'd like to know who that second individual is. Do you have any leads? Not a one. But that's not your worry, because you couldn't possibly have anything to offer on that account. You didn't know Mr. Espinoza, correct? That's right, Lazarin said. I want to ask you about something else. He's luring her in. Mr. Bledsoe's laptop computer is missing. We believe it was stolen from his home, right along with the jewelry. However, we're not sure why Espinoza would have bothered. You knew Mr. Bledsoe as well as anyone. Did he keep anything on his computer that would be of interest to an outside party? Not that I know of, Lazarin said. I ask because you know about the alleged affair between Charlotte Bledsoe and Mateo Espinoza. There's nothing alleged about it. I only found out because I was in the right place at the right time. So Mr. Bledsoe never mentioned anything else that was bothering him, anything he might have stored on his computer? I wouldn't know what kinds of files he had. They were password protected, and he went to great lengths to protect that password. Because he was a very private person. I guess maybe that book was passwords to his files, not his internet, not his security. He was a private person, yes, but also careful. I'm sure he must have written it down someplace. He would never have solely trusted his memory with something that important. I see, Grissom said. He leaned forward in his chair. Would you like to hear my pet theory? Of course, Lazarin said uncertainly. In the scenario that I suppose it really was you, put forth, Charlotte Bledsoe was caught by her husband on camera having sex with her lover. Mel Bledsoe wanted to divorce. That meant Charlotte Bledsoe, thanks to their unforgiving prenup, would have to abandon the lifestyle to which she'd been accustomed. So she convinced her boy toy to break into the house while she was away, kill her husband, then steal her jewelry to make it look like a robbery gone bad. You with me so far? Yes, please go on. To cover her tracks, once she got back into town, she stopped at Espinoza's place, killed him, and torched the house. Then she drove home and acted the part of a newly bereaved widow. Well, that sounds plausible, Lazarin said. But it doesn't sound plausible. I can tell by the tone of your voice that you don't even buy it, and you're the one who put it forward. The timing of her arrival at the airport and the Espinoza killing is just too tight. Maybe a professional could have pulled it off, but not a socialite on her way back from a spa retreat. Plus, my gut tells me that while Mrs. Bledsoe can indeed be an overbearing elitist pain in the ass, she's not a killer. Grissom leaned forward, closing the distance between him and Lazarin. But Here's what really concerns me, he said, almost whispering. If Charlotte Bledsoe killed Espinoza and then burned down the house, there should be traces of accelerant on her shoes. But when we checked them, we didn't find any. Maybe she wiped it off, Lazarin said. That's a possibility, but not likely. She wore very expensive Italian-made pumps with a very fine finish, the kind you wouldn't wear in the rain. If she tried to wipe them down, the damage would be obvious. Plus, even if she wiped the shoes, there'd still be enough residue left behind for us to detect. Perhaps she changed shoes. The woman has plenty. I've seen her closet. Yeah, that's what I thought at first. Change shoes and you don't have to worry about the residue. There's just one problem. You know the big rug in the living room? The one Mel Bledsoe died on? Well, we have video of her walking across it several times on the night of the killing, and there is residue on the rug that matches perfectly with what we found at the other crime scene. Someone clearly left it there, but who? Lazarin looked as if she was about to combust. With a supreme effort, she spoke. Who indeed? Well, Miss Bledsoe would have picked up a bit of the accelerant if she walked on the rug after someone else deposited it, so we know it wasn't there before her arrival. As for the people who came later, none of them visited the Espinoza crime scene first. Are you sure? Lazarin said. Yeah, very sure. We checked. We checked everyone but you. Which is how you can really help me with this case. The shoes you were wearing that night, do you still have them? I don't remember what I wore. It was a very stressful evening. Yes, it was, Grissom said. A very stressful night. Does this help? He pulled out a screen grab from the Bledsoe security tape. It showed Lazarin wearing a pair of tan heels. She picked up the photo. It wavered in her hand just slightly as she studied it. I'm afraid I don't have these anymore, she finally said. That very evening, I broke one of the heels. I'm afraid they're out at the landfill by now. I see, Grissom said. Well, would you mind if we looked in your closet? I'm afraid I would mind. I would consider that an invasion of privacy. Well, that's fine. I'll go sit in my car and phone in a request for a search warrant. When it's granted, which should take about 10 minutes, I'll return with several LVPD officers. We'll search this place from top to bottom, and perhaps, if we're lucky, we'll find the missing jewelry and the murder weapon, and maybe the laptop, too. But you know what we'll certainly do, Miss Lazarin? We'll take your shoes. Every single pair. Even your special going murdering shoes, which I'm guessing aren't at the landfill, but are still parked in your closet. Lazarin sat back in her chair. Something about her face changed. The tension bled away. She made a decision. Well, a person in my situation can't go to prison. If I land in there, I'm as good as dead. I'm sorry, Mr. Grissom. Lazarin pulled out a pistol. Grissom stiffened in his chair. He recognized it as a Glock Model 19, the same weapon used to kill both Bledsoe and Espinoza. I think I'm going to run away, she said, and I can't have you chasing me. Grissom swallowed hard. You don't want to kill a cop, he said, and you'll be in real trouble. I don't want to kill anybody, she said, and I'm already in real trouble, more than you know. She leveled the weapon on Grissom's chest. 20 minutes earlier, and many miles away, Specialist AV Technician Archie Johnson also cracked the Bledsoe case, though by a different route. And that's the photo he showed her to get her to give the shoes. Before leaving to see Lazarin, Grissom had stopped by and asked for a close-up shot of all things, the woman's shoes. Johnson complied. grabbing a grainy but serviceable image that was taken as Lazarin loitered in the Bledsoe's living room. The seemingly nonsensical request got him thinking once more about the surveillance footage salvaged from the home monitoring system, which led him, for the umpteenth time, to watch it. Seemed like a fool's errand. There was nothing to see, yet for some reason he kept looking even though his eyes hurt, just like when he sat too close to the screen at movies. A part of his brain seemed to think there was something there. It was screaming at the conscious portion to notice. First, there was seemingly endless footage of Bledsoe dead on the floor. If you watched closely, and Johnson watched very closely indeed, you could actually see the bloodstain on the rug slowly darken as the victim's blood emptied out. Then the cops arrived. Johnson recognized one of the first responders from a couple of crime scenes he'd visited in person. The two disappeared off screen, weapons drawn, doubtlessly going from room to room looking for the shooter. Then, a while later, came more cops, Brass among them. Next, Charlotte Bledsoe, looking distraught at the sight of her husband on the floor. Next, Drew Lazarin, looking only slightly less frazzled and out of sorts. Yeah, you saw what I saw. She came in and looked around. Then she conferred for several minutes with Brass. Then she looked around again and left. Suddenly, Johnson sat bolt upright, his eyes riveted to the screen. He'd spotted something. Just to be sure, he toggled the image back and forth several times, making sure his eyes hadn't deceived him. He'd finally received the message his subconscious mind wanted him to have. Johnson ran down the hall to Brass's office. "Where's Grissom?" he said. "Talking to Drew Lazarin for the Bledsoe case." Brass said. "Why? You've got to get out there," he said. "She killed Espinosa." Lazarin and Grissom both heard sirens in the distance. As they grew louder, the woman's hands began to shake. Grissom had no idea where the sirens were headed, but it was a chance, maybe his one chance, to save his life. "It's over," he said. "Even if you shoot me, you won't get far. Just put the weapon down and we can both walk out of here alive." Lazarin shook her head. She kept the gun leveled at Grissom's chest. "No," she said, "I'm not going to prison. I'd rather die." Sirens kept growing louder. Perhaps they really were coming to Grissom's rescue. "His computer's in my desk," Lazarin said. "It will explain everything, but I won't tell you how to access it. Bledsoe's laptop is password protected, and I'm the only one who knows the code, so good luck." She placed the barrel of the gun against her right temple. "I wouldn't do it that way," Grissom said, sensing there might still be time and a way to dissuade her. "Excuse me?" Lazarin said. "If you shoot from the side like that, it may not be fatal. I've seen plenty of failed gun suicides where the shooter flinched at the last moment or the concussion from the pistol altered the bullet's trajectory. They blew up their faces, nose, eyes, mouth, but missed their brains. They don't die." Lazarin simply stared at him, the murder weapon still pointed at her head. "If you want to do it right, I advise firing through the chin, straight up into the skull," Grissom continued. "Though there's still the possibility of blowing your face off rather than your brains out. Ideally, you shouldn't get a mouthful of water and hold it while you fire. Ideally, you should get a mouthful of water and hold it while you fire. The liquid magnifies the force of the concussion. It'll spray your brain all over the wall behind you." "I don't have any water," Lazarin said. "Just as well. Going out like this is an ugly way to die, and to be frank, you don't seem like the type. You feel like a survivor to me." "I am." "Then give me the weapon. You don't want to have it when my friends arrive. It'll just make more trouble." Lazarin pulled the gun away from her head. She looked at it for a moment, then tossed it onto the desk. Grissom reached out and swept it away in one smooth motion. "I really didn't want it to work out this way," Lazarin said forlornly. "If things had gone as I wanted, no one would have gotten hurt." "I know," Grissom said. "I hear that all the time." At that instant, he heard the front door give way, followed by Brass's voice. The LVPD had arrived. The cop swept rapidly from room to room. Grissom kept his chair, identified himself, and gave his location. Brass, gun in hand, appeared at the door. He found Grissom on his feet and Lazarin still behind her desk, her face in her hands. "It's okay," Grissom said. "You need to take her into custody for the murders of Mel Bledsoe and Mateo Espinosa," Brass said. "We know." "Seriously?" Grissom asked. "How do you know?" "Archie spotted something on the surveillance video, something we'd overlooked a half dozen times." "How did you figure it out?" I suspected. I didn't actually know until I saw the inside of her coat closet. I didn't bother to check my wrap. What'd you find? I didn't bother to check my wrap. What'd you find? I don't know what that means. Two uniformed officers entered the room and took charge of Lazarin. Grissom got up and, on unsteady legs, walked back to the living room. He opened the closet door and pointed to a small purse hanging on a peg. Bullseye, Brass said. That's our kitty. The purse was covered in authentic tiger hide. Yeah, she's big into retro Vegas stuff, Grissom said. Probably got this secondhand someplace. She didn't know it was real, but it is. And just like fur of a regular house cat, it sheds. Every time she went to Espinosa's place with that thing under her arm, she left a little bit of it behind. Just enough to get her caught. How'd she know him? Brass asked. Not too clear on that, but I think she'll enlighten us later, Grissom said. Right now, I'd like to take a look at Bledsoe's computer, and to do that, we need to refer to his haiku book. You really think this is the time to read poetry? Brass asked. Oh boy, it really continues on. Of course not. He was using the book to keep track of his computer passwords, right in plain sight. How did Lazarin get it, and what did she want it for? I have a theory. I'll see if it's correct when we interrogate her. A uniform brought the laptop computer found in the second drawer of Lazarin's desk into the living room and handed it to Grissom. He set it down on the room's amoeba-shaped coffee table and turned it on. Battery looks good, he said. Let's see what happens. Instead of a menu, a request for an access code popped up along with a box with a blinking cursor inside. I'll bet this thing uses a serious encryption program, Grissom said. If I've got this wrong, we may never get at the files, but I don't think I have it wrong. He typed in the... What the hell is that? Brass said. It was written on stationery Lazarin shredded, something that I'm sure she got rid of to cover her tracks. It's also, by the way, the first letter of each word of a haiku in Bledsoe's poetry book, plus the years of the author's birth and death. Grissom pressed enter. Wherein, he said. Computer opened to a file directory. The files read Embezzler 1, Embezzler 2, Embezzler 3. There we go. Jackpot, Grissom said. As the apartment filled with more and more emergency responders, the two men bent over the screen and read. Hours later, Grissom and Brass sat down with Lazarin in an interrogation room. Only this time, instead of being dressed in a kitschy thrift store ensemble, she wore a baggy jail uniform. Have any trouble getting into Mr. Bledsoe's computer? She asked tonelessly. No, Grissom said. Figured it out on our own. Is there a way I can assist? Something that might shave a few years off my sentence? I'd love to get out of here before mid-century, if that's possible. We'll see, Brass said. Right now, the most helpful thing you can do is answer our questions truthfully and thoroughly. I want to say up front, I didn't want to hurt anybody. I was responsible for a lot of things, but not for the murders. I mean, I guess I was responsible for the second one, but I had no choice. I don't hold malice towards anyone involved. Well, except for Matteo, who was an idiot. Really, just an idiot. Please start from the beginning, Brass said. Lazarin sighed. She looked first at Grissom, then at Brass. I started working at Bledsoe Homes 5 years ago, she said. This was during the good times, both for the housing market and for me. Bledsoe was making deals left and right. People called him a high roller, but they had no idea. I was the real high roller. I gambled a lot and I lost a lot. Far more than I could afford to lose. Ah, Brass said. How much were you in the hole for? About $460,000, Lazarin said. Oh my God, that's a lot. Toward the end, I took out some loans from some very bad people. The kind of people want their cash back, no matter what. So to stave them off, I started draining funds from Bledsoe Homes. First a little, then more and more, just as I suspected, embezzler. No one seemed to suspect because at the time there was plenty coming in, but things started to change when the market went south. Everyone pinched pennies, which made stealing them harder. I remember Bledsoe occasionally saying that he didn't like how the books looked and promising that he was going to investigate. I knew from experience that when he decided to look into something, he wouldn't stop until he found what he wanted. So I decided to act preemptively and neutralize him before he neutralized me. Kill him? Grissom asked. No, Lazarin said with some heat. By neutralize, I don't mean kill. I didn't plan to kill anyone. I didn't need to. You see, Mr. Bledsoe and I had a special relationship. I knew things about him. There was a lot more to my job than anyone, even Mrs. Bledsoe, realized. I see, Brass said. So you were also his... You don't see anything, Lazarin said. I wasn't his mistress. We never had a sexual relationship. In some ways, it was far more intimate than that. A man in Bledsoe's position, a man with his temperament, doesn't like to show weakness, not to others, not to himself. But he had one, and it was a doozy. In an uncharacteristic show of emotion, Grissom smacked his forehead with his right hand and smiled. Dyscalculia, he said. Wow, Lazarin replied, genuinely impressed. You're good. Excuse me, Brass said. Bledsoe suffered from dyscalculia. Grissom continued. It's like dyslexia, except with numbers. That's why he didn't arm his security system. He could never remember the code sequence. It's why he hid the access code to his laptop in that haiku book. It was highly sensitive information, but he had to write it down somewhere because he couldn't memorize it. Actually, I think he had a mild form of dyslexia along with a more severe type of dyscalculia, Lazarin offered. Dyscalculia. That's why he hired me, with my accounting degree, to be his administrative assistant. Let's just say I didn't spend much time writing letters or circulating memos. I helped him decipher spreadsheets and financial reports. You knew everything, Brass said. Absolutely everything, Lazarin continued. It was an unbelievable opportunity for someone in my circumstances. He knew someone was skimming from him, but I was in the perfect position to steer him away from the truth. But I also understood that in his slow, plodding way, he was looking at the numbers himself in private. It must have been supremely difficult, but he had huge reserves of will. I knew that eventually he would figure it out. So, like I said, I tried to neutralize him. I started with spying. I knew that Bledsoe had internet access to that crazy Orwellian camera system in his house. I decided I wanted it too. Of course, I knew he must have written down his computer access code somewhere. It took me a while to realize it was hidden in plain sight. The haiku book, Brass said. Exactly. One day he just showed up with it. I'd see him looking through it at odd times. Always, I'd noticed just before he logged on to his top secret laptop. He used to brag that its encryption software exceeded CIA standards, whatever that means. Maybe so, but his password storage method was purely Bronze Age. Grissom glanced over at Brass. One day I walked around his desk while he was logging on and got a fleeting glimpse of that password before he had entered. Lazarin continued. I saw a long string of letters ending with the digits 1694, and that damn haiku book was open face down to a specific page. At just that moment, one of the senior sales reps asked if Bledsoe could step into the conference room. As soon as he was gone, I grabbed the book. The code was a lot simpler than Bledsoe let on. All he did was assign months to 12 of the poems. His password for any particular month became the first letter of every word in its poem, plus the years of the end. So I grabbed some stationery and wrote down all of the passwords. It worked perfectly. So now I had access to the laptop, which meant I also had access to the home monitoring system. Whenever the opportunity presented itself, I would go into Bledsoe's office, log on, and snoop. And one day you caught Charlotte Bledsoe and Mateo Espinosa doing the horizontal mambo, Brass said. Exactly. I recognized Mateo from his days at the Lucky Stakes, one of my favorite gambling spots. Our first meeting was pretty memorable. I left my purse on a slot machine and he stole my wallet. Of course, he was caught instantly. Casinos have cameras everywhere, but the powder rooms. I didn't want to attract attention, so I didn't press charges, but he was fired anyway. After that, we struck up a relationship. He was grateful that I didn't send him to jail, and I was impressed by his looks. But I broke it off after a couple of months. That man had no brains and no judgment. I didn't talk to him again until things got desperate. Boy, this is a long epilogue, huh? All right, well, we're almost done. How's that? Grissom prompted. Lazarin glanced at the door, then at the ceiling. Bledsoe started looking at me funny, she continued. He was on to me. I knew he must be spending long evenings at home poring over company records. He was looking for the smoking gun that would implicate the embezzler. It was only a matter of time, so I got in touch with Mateo. I made an excuse to run into him, and we started seeing each other again. But I made sure he never set foot at my place, or even knew where my place was. We'd have sex at his pathetic dump, and I told him about my troubles with Bledsoe. Not the truth, of course, but a version of the truth. I said that the old man wanted me to sleep with him, and that if I didn't, he was going to trump up some embezzling charges and try to get me thrown in jail. Oh, we didn't see this angle coming. That's a pretty sorry version of the truth, Brass said. Well, it's good enough to convince poor Matteo, Lazarin said. I think it ignited some latent chivalrous impulse in that 60-watt brain of his. He asked what he could do to help, and when he did, I was ready with an answer. Kill your boss? Grissom said. No, Kill never entered into it. Bledsoe was paranoid about security and always played things close to the vest. He kept all this embezzling investigation materials on his laptop, and only on his laptop. If that machine were to disappear, especially in a situation that looked like a generic robbery, it would set him back months. Plus, I knew him well enough to realize that if he perceived that his sacred home had been violated, his rage would derail his investigation indefinitely. That would buy me time to siphon off enough funds to pay my debts, then graciously leave town. Or at least that was the plan. I waited for a weekend. I knew both of the Bledsoes would be out of town. I told Matteo to break into the house via the downstairs utility window, which I knew, thanks to all the cameras, was unlocked. I assumed the security system would be disarmed. All Matteo had to do was sprint up the stairs, open the safe using the combination I'd already stolen, then run. With luck, he'd be gone well before the police could respond. But you didn't have any luck, Grissom said. Not one bit. Nope, Lazarin said. Things started going bad immediately. That evening, I dressed Matteo in black shoes, black pants, a black shirt, and a black ski mask I had bought at a thrift store. He looked like a redneck ninja. I drove him in his car to a stretch of perimeter nearest the Bledsoe house and cut him loose. I gave him strict instructions: steal the computer and nothing else. But he was high as a kite. Don't know what he took, but it made it impossible for him to focus. He also stuffed his pistol in his pants because when you're robbing an empty house, you really need to take a gun. You could have called it off, Grissom pointed out. I should have. Instead, I drove to Passion Lake Preserve, parked in a secluded spot, and pushed him out of the car. He walked across the dark ground to the perimeter wall, pulled out a length of rope with this 3-pronged hook thing on the end that I had bought at a camping store. Okay, this is it. 2 more pages. He was a very athletic man, but it took him a really extraordinary amount of time to climb that fence. Once he got up there, he reeled in the line and jumped down to the other side. After that, all I could do was wait. How long? Brass asked. That was maybe 15 minutes before he flopped back over the wall. When he finally made it back to the car, gasping for air and incoherent, I could already hear police sirens in the distance. I knew something had gone horribly wrong. I had to piece together what happened from Matteo's idiotic ramblings. He got to the house all right, but the window I told him to use was locked. So he broke it and crawled in. He was walking through the living room when Mr. Bledsoe suddenly appeared. And so Matteo, with perfect logic, pulled out his pistol and shot him repeatedly. But then somehow he kept his act together long enough to go upstairs to the bedroom. The computer was already out and sitting on Bledsoe's desk, and the safe was standing open. And in that safe, Matteo saw jewelry and storage boxes. He said he couldn't help himself. He stuffed everything into one bag, then grabbed the computer and left. What did he plan to do with the jewelry? Brass asked. Who the hell knows, Lazarin said. That was the least of my problems. This was supposed to be quiet. If done right, no one but Bledsoe would have known there had even been a robbery. But now he was dead, and the idiot who did it was sitting next to me in the car, jabbering away. He wanted to sell the jewelry, he said. He knew a guy. We'd be rich, blah, blah, blah. As I listened, my heart sank. I figured I might find a way to protect us from the cops, but there was no way I could protect Matteo from himself. So it was time to cut your losses, Grissom said. Yeah, I guess you could put it that way, Lazarin said. We went back to his place. Matteo, in spite of what had happened, was in a celebratory mood. He wanted a beer. I got him one. Then he wanted to make love. We did. Afterward, the drugs and the adrenaline that had turned him manic seemed to release their grip. I left him sleeping on his belly in his bed. I got dressed. I walked back into the living room where he dropped his gun on the couch. I picked it up and walked back into the bedroom. Matteo hadn't moved an inch. I put the gun about 6 inches from his skull and fired once. And that was all for him. I spent the next 15 minutes wiping down everything I thought I'd touched. From under the kitchen sink, I brought out a jug of lighter fluid he used to light his grill. I hosed down the bedroom with it, then spread a little around the public areas as well. Then I gathered up the jewelry, the gun, and the laptop, tossed the single kitchen match in the bedroom, and drove away. When did you hear from the LPVD? Brass asked. I was maybe 10 miles down the road when my cell phone rang, and when I realized it was a cop, I almost wrecked, but I managed to hold it together. The guy wanted contact number for Charlotte, which I was happy to supply on the spot. Why in the hell did you come by their house? Brass said. Well, I wanted to see what had happened and what you people knew. I was able to talk my way past the security gate, probably because the rent-a-cops were all freaking out. The place was crawling with cops and the news trucks were already pulling up. I realized pretty quickly that being there was a mistake. I walked in, looked around briefly, saw Mr. Bledsoe dead on the floor. I don't think it was real to me until that moment. I guess I sort of hoped against hope that Mateo got it wrong, but he didn't. So I talked to you for a couple minutes, and then I got the hell out of there. So you went right home and sat tight, Brass said. Right, Lazarin replied. When you turned up at my office asking about Mateo, I played dumb. Then I remembered seeing him and Charlotte Bledsoe having sex at the house, and an idea occurred to me. I said that Bledsoe had told me he saw them together. So he never knew about the affair? Grissom asked. Hell no, Lazarin replied. If he'd seen what I saw, he would have grabbed a machete and headed straight for home. The reason he didn't go away was because he wanted to work on finding the embezzler, finding me. I learned just how close he'd gotten when I started rooting through the files on his laptop. Okay, so this was all correctly surmised by us, that the wife was telling the truth. If he had known about her affair, he would have confronted her. Anyways, that's the story. If I hadn't walked around on that rug, I guess you'd still be looking for the killer. Maybe Charlotte Bledsoe would be sitting here instead of me. Walking around on the rug wasn't your only mistake, Grissom told her. You also managed to lose an earring. Lazarin's eyes grew wide. Yeah, we also figured this out too. Damn it, she said. I was worried about that. Would you like to tell us how it came to be embedded in the chest of Mr. Espinosa's severely burned body? Lazarin shrugged. I guess he was lying on it when I killed him. After I got home, I noticed that my left earring had fallen out. I figured that even if you found it, there'd be no way to trace it back to me. You were almost right, Grissom said. Almost. After Lazarin was led back to her cell, Grissom returned to his office and gathered his things for a quick departure. Something about having a gun pointed at him made him want to get as far from work as possible, if only for a while. He ran into Catherine Willows on the way out. I really appreciate your help, he offered. No problem, Willows said. By the way, shouldn't you interview suspected murderers without taking along some backup. Noted, Grissom replied. I owe Archie a lot. He was staring at that useless video footage from the Bledsoe house, the one that doesn't show the robbery or the shooting or anything helpful. Except that there was something helpful. Archie was looking at the footage of Drew Lazarin when he noticed she was short an earring. Oh, she was short an earring too. Could we have seen that? I wonder. So we do get views of both of her ears. Let's see if we could have spotted that, but we didn't. No earring and earring. So yeah, so if we had spotted that, I wonder if that would have helped cement it. We didn't need it because we found she was carrying the purse, but it is interesting that there's an earring missing too, a nice little detail. We all overlooked it, Willis said. It was the mate to the one found on Espinosa's chest. It probably came off when they were in bed, and he wound up lying on it. When the place burned, it adhered to his chest. Well, that's the theory, Grissom said. It was literally staring us in the face. We just couldn't see it. He thought for a minute, or rather contemplated. Then again, maybe Archie did notice that clue, Grissom continued, or a part of him did. Why else would he keep looking at the video long after he decided it was irrelevant? And now we're shown those things again. Come to think of it, maybe I noticed it too on subconscious level. That's why I just couldn't accept the Bledsoe killed her husband's story. Maybe that's why I wanted to see Lazarin face to face. I guess the lesson is don't trust appearances, Willows offered. That would have been a good lesson for Mel Bledsoe, too, Grissom said. He built a wall around his home, hired his own private army of pretend police, hung up more spy cameras than they probably had in all of East Germany, and look what he got him. 3 in the chest. Grissom sighed. Well, at least this case introduced us to the wonderful world of haiku. I'd have trouble summing up this mess in 17 syllables. Not me, Grissom said. How about, rich guys are so weird, don't trust their taste in poems, or women either. Willow smiled. Now that's what I call poetic justice, she said. And there's William Stevenson. All right. Kind of an exhaustive hour-long epilogue there. Let me check in with the chat. Why had the secretary not deleted the files about embezzlement from the laptop yet? That is a good question. All right. I'm going to do a little 5-minute break here. Then we're going to talk a little bit about the game. I suspect we don't have that much to say. Jonathan, if you can't hang around, that's okay too. You can just type your comment in the chat if you want. We'll take a 5-minute break and we'll come back and give our final thoughts. Okay, back for our final thoughts of the game. 5.5 hours in, Jonathan is giving some of his final thoughts here. John says, overall a decent experience, probably towards the lower end of the dossier type books. Nice faux documents, some subtleties in the evidence. Start of the epilogue where it was mixing reveals with actions was nice. I'm not sure the setup for the case itself was interesting enough. Too many law enforcement characters, not enough personality. Couple of points where the evidence might not have been quite fair, like the cigarettes. After a nice start, epilogue overstayed its welcome. Maybe the case was a bit too simple. Maybe it just wasn't fully engaging. Not sure any of the suspects or the victims were super interesting. Okay, let me give some of my thoughts here. I definitely, working backwards, I mean, people have good memories for beginnings and endings. And the ending of a story is very important. That's sort of the lingering thing that stays with you. And it's odd to say this because I often say these narrative detective games are all about narrative and the reward should be the narrative epilogue. So it's not often that I complain about an epilogue that's too long, but this one really felt too long. I mean, part of it was that we had solved it. So if we just look at this epilogue here, so epilogue explaining the case, epilogue explaining the case, epilogue explaining the case, epilogue explaining the case. Again, we've seen all these photos, right? And again, more pages. That is a lot of text to read to recap a story that we've already solved. I mean, she fills in a little details, but we've already solved this. And as a good example of where it feels like the editor didn't do their job here, because we get to the very end of this thing after having really read a long recap of the case and all the details, right? Then we get to this end page where Grissom is talking to Willows and she's repeating information for long paragraphs. He's telling the exact stuff we already read about this. Archie was staring at that useless video footage, the one that doesn't show the robbery or the shooting or anything, but there was something helpful. Archie was looking at the footage. I mean, then they're going on here about Archie noticed that clue. Maybe I noticed it. Like, whoa, you're really repeating, like after the super long... Come to think of it, maybe I noticed it too on some subconscious level. Maybe that's why I couldn't accept that Bledsoe killed her husband's story. Maybe that's why I wanted to see her. Like, guys, that's like burying the lead. You've already given us the whole thing. It's like he's reflecting on the past about this case and why he didn't believe her. Like, very awkward, weird pacing of that epilogue and way overstayed its welcome. I think all of the places that this fell down was really with the story and narrative. So I think the core mystery, if it's got a flaw, it's that it was too simple, but it's got some interesting core elements. But the other problem here that Jonathan mentioned is that we just had a bunch of police officers from the CSI department that all sort of melted into each other. None of them had personalities that were interesting. None of them had personality quirks that made us care about them. It was hard to differentiate between them. I mean, I know there was the woman Willow, and then there was Brass and the other one Stokes or something. They were completely interchangeable. Our main guy didn't have much of a personality at all. And it did feel to me like we kind of got our question answered about, was this just like a story that got shoved into this IP? And that's kind of what it felt like. Like there was nothing special CSI. There is no special forensic details to this case. They just took a case and used these characters from this IP in it, and it suffered a bit. And it's a lesson about storytelling in these games. Like, you can see why this would have worked better as a story if we had one guy who was doing everything and just had a couple friends he talked to occasionally, or a couple people who worked for him. Having Brass constantly doing half the work here, and having all their personalities be meaningless, really hurt the story. And for the most part, the characters were pretty boring too. I mean, the wife was a little bit interesting. Secretary wasn't very interesting, but the two of them were reasonable co-suspects. So I think the flaws of the epilogue and the bad pacing and bad story tension and stuff like that, then combined with the bad personalities of the protagonists and the characters not being memorable and interesting, combined with a setup of a case that wasn't very interesting. The guy was dead. You could see how he got killed, 3 shots. You could see he was robbed. There was no really perplexing, weird details for us to figure out, right? Normally in these cases, the best ones, there's some really weird details. You're like, how could that have happened? All the details here were very straightforward. He had a poker in his hand because he got it for self-defense. Like, everything was pretty well spelled out. The one things that were interesting, like the iPod was on the edge of the desk, those were all explained to us and told to us before we could figure it out. And then there were, as Jonathan points out, a couple pieces of evidence that felt distinctly unfair, like the cigarettes that were collected that was not explained well or at all, really. Okay, so that's why without that emotional value, without the story being compelling, it all felt a little flat. Having said that, the actual details of the mystery, and maybe you should say it differently, it's very hard to make a book, a dossier, that's also a mystery when you get to the end, right? That's a challenge. There aren't many games that do that, but that's what these crime dossiers are. You read till the end, you try to figure out things ahead of time. When you get to the end, to have it still be a debatable puzzle to solve is hard, and this did pull it off. And it pulled it off through some clever means. It gave us a prime suspect who it didn't really rule out. Like, we got to the end and we had 2 suspects. We had the secretary and the wife. And it was a little hard to decide between the 2 of them, because one had a clear motive and could be lying, and the other one could be lying. We had clues. Both of them did their own little bits of lying for their own reasons. We had a little bit of a hard time finding the motive of one. And in some sense, it was very well balanced, because it didn't completely give away that we had a motive for the secretary. We had to theorize that she was embezzling. And there were some clues about it, but very thin clues. We really had to reach for that, and that was enjoyable. And the stories given by our 2 suspects were plausible, right? Like, if the woman was caught, if the wife was really caught having an affair and confronted, she'd have good reason to lie about it. And the same reason for the secretary. If the secretary was lying about being told about the affair, she had good reason to lie about it, or she could be telling the truth. So it required us to use a little bit of psychology, like what's more likely? Do we believe that the husband would have confronted her or not? Is that inconsistent enough to push us in one direction or the other? And I think we had pretty much settled on our suspect when we went back and looked at the photos, and we actually found some very perfect evidence in the photo. And that was a couple leaps in coming, right? Like the tiger hair was a weird thing. We put together a couple things. Jonathan realized it's the purse from the other scene that we put together. And then eventually, when we knew to look for that and we looked at the photographs, we in fact found her carrying that purse. And that was a really cool moment because it's a very subtle detail in that photo. And it turns out that the author actually planted another equally subtle detail in that photo, that she's missing an earring in one. Those were the highlights of the case. And the highlights of the 5.5 hours was spotting that photo. There were some details that were a little weird, like we were being told that after she killed him with the accelerant on her shoes, the secretary walked over the rug, and that planted trace evidence of accelerant that got on someone else's shoes after her. It was a little weird, but reasonable, not terrible. So love the photos, the use of photos. I think the balancing of the suspects to make us be pulled in both directions, to have a hard time pinning it all on one. And I think getting the balance of how much evidence do you give the players to lock it in for them so they have to make a reach at the end was quite good. And I liked the code thing was also a nice element too. Like the moment we saw that haiku book, we knew it was like a code of some sort, but we thought it was for a cipher. We've seen enough of those. And then when we saw the secretary had a bunch of those, it changed things up a little bit. Like we thought it was going to be a message encoded with the cipher, but it's not. It was a copy of the important things of the cipher. And then figuring out what does that mean was pretty fun. And I think it's another good balancing issue of the author, where you could get to the end and I'm sure the author was in a position at the end saying, do I tell them at the end? Does the detective realize what the codes are? And I think they were wise to not do that. So when you get to the end, he's pushing you to say there's probably extra, there's another meaning to to that book, but it doesn't tell you what it is, and it lets you figure out exactly what it was used for, and we came to the right answer. So on paper, a better mystery than the actual experience was. I think it overstayed its welcome. The story shows you how important making a compelling story with compelling characters. Mediocre. A mediocre experience. It had its fun moments, though. Finding those things in the photos was quite fun. All right. So we'll end it here. If you watch this after it's been recorded live, I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. This felt much more like reading a book than playing a game, but maybe it'll be useful to help people go to sleep. I'd love to hear your thoughts about the book, about the game, whether you want to play the last of these 3 books, The Crimes of Dr. Watson, at some point. Let me know what you think of it. You can join us on the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. There's a link in the About page to help us decide what games to play next. And with that, I'll see you on the next video. Jonathan, thank you for joining me as always, and everyone else who managed to stay in for some of it. It had its moments. All right, I'll see you on the next video.